Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. What's going on, everyone? All right. Let's go through last week a little bit. Anyone have any specific reflections on last week? What we all wrote down last week? Anything interesting pop up for you guys that you guys want to share? Feel free to jump in anytime. We'll go through it. Even if you want to speak right after we go through it, to refresh your memory. If you wrote down anything like specific, feel free to jump in. I think you guys can unmute yourselves as well. So Ratano te aage kaudi sange racha. ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਜੀਵ ਆ, ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮਨ ਆ, ਇਹ ਨਾਮ ਨੂੰ ਛੱਡ ਕੇ ਵਿਕਾਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਰਚ ਰਿਹਾ ਆ, right? So leaving naam, the individual is engrossed, is engulfed, is rachya hoya with uthi mata. Ratan utte aage, naam rupi ratan nu chhad ditta. Sach chhod jhoot sang macha. So once again, sach nu chhad ke, naam nu chhad ke, ਇਹ ਕਾਮ ਕਰੋ ਲੋਭ ਮੋਹ ਹੰਕਾਰ ਦੇ ਵਸ ਪੈ ਗਿਆ ਜੋ ਛੱਡਣਾ ਸੋ ਅਸਥਿਰੋ ਕਰੇ ਮਨ ਹੈ that which we have to leave with this individual the man started thinking is asthir, is like a pillar, is permanent, it's not going. As we know, as we should know, in theory we know that this is all evading, it's all moving towards death slowly, Hana? And then another life, and then another life. Jo hovan also dure paranne. But the thing, that individual or that entity, that Prakash that's been with us from the beginning, from however old you were, this body, they call this a Randeep, and this time, this thing's 40 years old. Like say 43 years ago, where was this individual, right? So even at that, even 43 years ago, if I look at this thing, if I look at the man, Waheguru Ji was with the man at that time as well. While being amongst this body and the kaam, krodh, lobh, moh, hankar that on the daily that I battle with, Waheguru Ji is with me even amongst all that, right? Even everything I do, the putte kaam siddhega, whatever happens, Maharaj is still there. Maharaj is always ang sang, right? So jo hovano so dure parane. That Waheguru Ji, that is always present, always with us, always there. Come towards Naam, Aja, come towards this path. Like here's Naam, drink it, enjoy it, go, step up, let's move, let's go. That Maharaj, that's ever present, that's always a hajur. So dure paranne. The man is looking for sukh in the wrong places, so it recognizes that Waheguru Ji as dur. Maharaj nu dur pachanda hai man, because until it tastes as sukh, it's lost in lower level sukhs, such as kaam karo lo mohankar, right? Or it thinks that there's, mitha karke khaya koda pajasa. I thought it was sweet and I ate it, but the taste of that, the fruit of that was really koda, was really hot. So jo hoven also dure paranna. Chhod jaye to iska asramo kare. जेड़ी चीज छड्डनी आ ऐसे घर हम कई बसाए जब हम राम गर्भ होए I had many houses like these when I came in my mother's wombs before. जो छड्डना छोड़ जाए तो इसका असरामो करे. जेड़ी चीज छड्डनी आ ओदे वास्ते घाल कमाई करदा रहिंदा आ. ठीक आ, the body gets tired too doing this घाल कमाई for excessive gain. If we're at that place, obviously we need to work in order to, fulfill our whatever we need in order to live, our necessities. But when you go excessive, the body gets tired. Not only that, the man gets tired, and the man gets tired when you labor mentally over others as well. The man gets really, and that affects the body as well, right? Keep on thinking of situations that occurred, lead you into depressive episodes, gets you down, brings diseases on the body as well. You think of the future, heart starts racing, you're bringing anxiety into your body. So you're allowing this to enter. So chhod jaye to iska sanam mokar hai. All these things, jehde chhadne a, we labor over them. We get tired over them. Sange sahayte saparhara. But the one that's sung, the one that's the support, that's always been the support from the beginning, since we've left our form, since we left Maharaj, since we've come into a different land, a different place, a place of Kam, Kro, Lobh, Mohankar, since we've left our essence, that Vaheguru is still Ange Sang with us, is still Sahai with us, still our support, still supporting us. It's okay, you fallen, come back. It's okay, here, I'll give you Gurbani. Understand this, practice it, come back. It's okay. We're going to come in different forms. It came in the form of Guru Nanak Dev Ji. Here, this is what you need to do. You know, okay, coming in the form of Guru Granth Sahib Ji now. This is what's needed to be done. Do this, this, and this. Fall in love with Shabad, and the Shabad will merge you back with that Paramatma again. Always supporting, always showing us the way, always helping us along. But this uparhara, we're still running. We're still running away from it. We're still trying to find a sukh in other places. Chandan lep utara toy. Garda viparite pasam sange hoy. So, Drishtanta Vadanki, even if you do lepab sandalwood over it to save it from the heat, it's still going to go back to its ashes. It's still going to go into the mitti, still going to go into the mud, and it's going to, because that's what it enjoys, right? Just like that, we fall back into the vishay, the vakar, and we sort of step away from nam, sort of step away from that viragmay path, that path of love. Andakupa mahapatit bekaral. This blind individual is fallen in this bekaral, in this scary well of vikars, kam, krodh, lobh, mohankar, ego, ninda, chugli, ogan, anything that takes the man external and stops it from going back to its form. Nanak kaad leho prabh dayal. Panjveं Pasha Ji is doing benti to Chauthe Pasha Ji, to Guru Nanak Dev Ji, to Duje Pasha, to Tije Pasha Ji, to Vaheguru Ji themselves. Kaad leho prabh dayal, hey Dayal Prabhu, merciful Vaheguru Ji, inu kaad lavo. Hey Maharaj, please save this individual. So becoming a Sikh of Guru Sahib Ji is vouching for us. Maharaj, save these Sikhs, save these individuals. Maharaj, they've fallen. Help them out, Maharaj. Vaheguru Ji, please help them out. Nanak, kaad leho prabh dayal. And obviously, if Panjveं Pasha is doing ardas, you know that's going to hit. Because if Panjveं Pasha says something, that happens, right? Sadh vajan at ladda, like Jalapavan Jaigo, Jaigo ek sadh vajan at ladda. The waters may go, the airs may go, but what if a sadhu says something, that doesn't move, that sticks, that stays. Nanak kaad leho prabh daya. Yeah, so do you guys have any reflections on this? from what you guys wrote? Anything like you guys want to share?
ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ For me, like Sukhmani Sahib is so strong, and I know the power of this Barney, and like I think it's by Veer Singh or Professor Puran Singh talks about, it's like dipping the body in water, in like a fresh water. That is the equivalent of Sukhmani Sahib. Like you just feel so fresh with this Barney. I feel with this lines that we're reading, like how you said, Guru Arjan Dev Ji's on our team, like we're being vouched for, and I feel in my mind, I feel like, wow, it's like meri andron jehdi param hegi, like my doubt is so strong that I'm like, oh my God, like Guruji's vouching for me. And here I am still feeling stuck in my lack of bharosa, so much doubt, everything is still there, like wow. And like seriously, janma janma di main, like that's my reflection on every line. I'm feeling what I'm currently going through is that my it's like the battle of the doubt versus the bharosa. Param versus bharosa. That's my battle right now.
What a beautiful place to be, eh? Though still the battle between like doubt and faith, doubt and sharda. That's pretty cool. It's a beautiful place, I guess, to be on the journey, you know? Nice,
Wow.
man. What a kirpa. And yeah, Panjabashi vouching. Like how can we deny it? How can Nanak card leho prabh dayal? Like andku mehpatet bekral, right? Yeah, okay. Khu de vich anda patet bekral is in the scary well, but Nanak card leho prabh he prabh dayal. Maharaj, please, Maharaj nanu kaddo. Yeah, Maharaj vouching for us, right? What can we say? Beautiful. Anyone else want to share anything? All right. If you do, feel free to. But let's move on. So kartute pasu ki manas jaate. So the thing I was playing, like when we started, that Kavishri is one of my favorite sort of Kavisharis. Like it's just beautiful. I'm talking to Mata Sahib Kaurji, like it's a conversation that your kids will be the Nihang Singhs with the Chakar Damalya Wale, and the way they will be. It's just beautiful.
Luigi, can you share a link to that track in the chat if possible?
Yeah. Let me get that here. Let me send that. Yeah, that's a track. All right. So kartute pasu ki manas jaate, right? All right. Let's do this then. Let's pull up you know what? We'll do Simran in between. We'll stop in between and do Simran. Let's pull up our pages and let's get writing. Kartut te pasu ki. So kartut, you guys know what kartut means, right? Action. ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬੰਦਾ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦਾ. In this context, we're talking about like putti kartut, madi kartut. But kartut is just straight action. So Pagji writes, it says putti kartut. Yeah. You ever hear like grandmas yelling, "Kadiya kartutta karna hai," na? Like, you know, they talk like that, right? Or your parents sometimes, depending on how old you guys are, but yeah. Pasu, animals. Pasu. Ki, of, the, kartut pasu ki. Manas, human. Manokh. Jate is your caste. Jate nu apa jate hi likhange. Jate or jate. Kartute pasu ki manas jate. So the way Pagaji writes this body is based on like a dummy guru, like a fake guru, an individual. Well, in India, I guess we would see this a lot, right? Like, oh, har ke santana akhiya banaras ke thag. The Bhakt Kabir Sahib talks about it as well. The individuals, all these guys sitting in Banaras at that time. Pagji says that Bhakt Kabir Sahib says, "Oh, har ke santana akhiya." Don't call them the saints of Vaheguru. You banaras ke thag. They are thieves of Banaras. That are just sort of getting people, you know, they're taking their money, they're taking their parosa, they're making individuals think that they are gurus, and they sort of brainwash them, or, you know, people are already depressed and anxious, and that sometimes that go to these individuals, and then they take advantage of them, right? Because they play with their minds, they play with their psyche, like, you know, if you do this and this, and then you will gain this, or you slowly start taking their money, slowly start making them do what you want to do, right? I could see that even from a psychology perspective, like someone that's already vulnerable, it's so easy to take advantage of them, right? So these individuals that sit there and pretend that they're, you know, one with God, and sort of just take advantage of people, financially, physically, emotionally, just sort of start using them and abusing them, right? So this whole body, Bhagaji writes according to those people. But we can sort of apply this in our own lives as well, and see how it sort of fits, and see how that flows for us as well. So kartute pasu ki manas jate. Kartut is your action, pasu is animal, ki of, ba manas jate. But the species, the caste is human. So let's write this in Punjabi first. ਪਖੰਡੀ ਕਪਟੀ ਕੱਚੇ ਗੁਰੂ ਦੀ ਅੰਦਰੂਨੀ ਹਾਲਤ ਦੱਸ ਕੇ ਉਸ ਨੂੰ ਸਵਾਰਦੇ ਹਨ. So not only say Maharaj is so dayal, man, even these individuals, So Guru said, so Pagji wrote here that Guru said he is talking about the halat, the of these Pakhandi gurus, their inside, the way they are inside. Us nu sawarde han. But even saying, okay, you know what, this how these individuals are, they still sort of help them out. They still sort of take care of them. So here's the first line. Right? So it's like, you know, some of these pundits back, like they still do, like they wear these totiya chadare, and then gardab vangu lahe pet, but like they're so heavy from eating, like they come and they drop their stomachs. So this individual, like a pasu, is always eating. But and it's always killing in the sense of saying things, always, you know, saying this and saying that, saying killing with words as well. We can take this as pakhandi guru di kartut puthi karni pasu di hai, bhav pashu vargi hi hai, par jaat manukh di hai, right? So in English, the actions of the fake guru are like an animal, even though the caste is human, even though they are of a human species. So manas jate, yeah, they have manas jat, but their kartute is of a pasuki. All right. So kartute pasuki manas jate. And now Maharaj is going to expand on this. Like, okay, so Maharaj is about to open up and talk about what this looks like. So kartute pasuki manas jate. Kartute pasuki manas jate. Even though they have a manas jate, the kartute pasuki. Why is that? What do they do? Lokapachara kara dinorat. This is what they do. This is some of what they do. Lok, people. Punjabi lok nu apan lok hi kamange. Yes, kartute, I think that, yeah, behavior, action, behavior. Pachara. Pachara has two meanings. Show, like putting on a show for people, like not being yourself, but putting on a show from that perspective. And pachara also means to preach. So Punjabi ਚ ਆਪਾਂ ਲਿਖਾਂਗੇ ਦਿਖਾਵਾ and prachar. So lok pachara kara. Kara means does or karta or kardi. Fake women gurus out there too. Lok pachara kara dinorate. Din means day. Raat means night. lok pachara kare dino raat. So remember, when you read Gurbani, you could always move things around, right? So we can even say dino raate, okay, day and night. Lok pachara kare, lok pachara kare. You'll see that a lot with Gurbani. So lok pachara kare dino raate. Right? Let's write this out. Let's write it out in English first. So to take advantage of others, the fake guru puts on a show day and night. And Spagaji gives a drishtant here. So there was one of these fake gurus. He's sitting and he had like disciples with him, and people come and drop money. And so he's sitting there with his eyes closed, and people dropping money. And then at the end of the evening, he goes to his disciples like, so how much money did we make today? They're like, well, you made like 16 coins. It's like, nah, we made 17. Like, how do you know we made 17? You had your eyes closed. Because every time the coin fell, because I was listening. So I heard 17 coins fall. So Spagaji, you wrote that just to show that look where the mind is. The mind's supposed to be in samadhi, but is in samadhi of Maya. So ਧਨ ਪਦਾਰਥ ਛਲਣ ਲਈ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਨੂੰ ਰੱਬ ਕਹਾਉਣ ਲਈ ਦਿਨ ਰਾਤ ਲੋਕ ਵਿਚਾਰਾ ਦਿਖਾਵਾ ਪਰਚਾਵਾ ਕਰਦਾ ਰਹਿੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਭਾਵ ਦੰਭ ਪਖੰਡ ਦਾ ਪ੍ਰਚਾਰ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈ saying ਮੈਨੂੰ ਪਰਮਾਤਮਾ ਦੇ ਦਰਸ਼ਨ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ ਮੈਂ ਕਿਹਾ ਮੇਰੇ ਸੇਵਕ ਦਾ ਕੰਮ ਸਵਾਰੋ ਤਾਂ ਰੱਬ ਨੇ ਨਾ ਕਹੀ ਮੈਂ ਲੜ ਕੇ ਮਨਾ ਲਿਆ so just stuff like that. Things these guys would say. So कूड़ो बोले मुर्दार खाए अवरी नो समझावन जाए मुठा आप मुहाए साथा है नानक ऐसा आगू जाता है कूड़ो बोले मुर्दार खाए. So speaking lies is like eating a dead body. Avri no samjhavan jaye, but yet you go and you try to teach others. So lok pachara kara dino raat. So to take advantage of others, these fake gurus, they put on a show day and night. Or they preach day and night, you can say as well, falseness. So even, you see, and we see this in Sikhi as well sometimes, right? We see this like a lot of people's hearts break because, oh man, we looked up to that guy. He was such a great speaker. He did great katha. He did katha in English. He did this, he did that. But man, I'm hearing he did this now, he did that. Well, that individual, obviously that's wrong. Whatever, if something like that happened, obviously that's wrong. But where is our Sharda? Is our Sharda in Shabada? Or is our Sharda in an individual? And so this, I think Sukhmani Sahib is beautiful like that. Like, that's why I think I probably said this when we first started as well. If you go through Sukhmani Sahib, it's very difficult to fall. I mean, anyone can fall at any time, in the sense of it's very difficult to get trapped in sort of what other people do, and that affects you. Like, oh man, they just fight at the Gurdwara, the committees just fight this and that, and I stopped going to the Gurdwara. That has nothing to do with that. That's between you and your guru. People are gonna do what they're gonna do. People are gonna walk on the path. People are gonna fall off the path. People are gonna take deep dives off the path. But the parosa is in the Shaud. Look what Sukhmani Sahib is teaching us. Just this body, the information that we're going to gain out of this body. Like, you know what? It's okay. We don't need to look at these individuals in that light. Respect them in the sense like they're doing their thing and you do your thing. They're walking their journey, you walk your journey, right? Yeah. If someone falls, that shouldn't affect our Sikhi from that perspective. Like Bagaji, for example. You know, I have a lot of respect. I don't think I've met an individual with such a high avastha. But once again, he's like an older brother. He's not someone that I look up to in the sense of like, this is it. I look at Bagaji. I'm like, that's beautiful. I would like to walk that. I'd like to walk the way he's walking in the way he walks his journey. That's a beautiful way to do it. And I'm striving towards something like that. Or I look at like a Baba Deep Singh Ji, and I'm like, the way he walked his journey, or Baba Kanhaiya Ji, I'd love to walk my journey, you know, like that. And obviously, you know, Mara Kirpa, you know, hopefully that goes like that, right? And for all of us. But to say if, for example, something where, oh, Bagaji, oh man, he did this. Does that break my Sharda? No, my Sharda is in my Guru. And Bagaji taught me that, right? Like writing all this and all this and going through all this and us laughing and joking and saying, look what people do, man. And he even told me, what he said to me one day, he goes, I think before I left, he's like, anything good that you've taken, like from me, is keep it. And he goes, if you've learned any bad behaviors while you're with me or anything like that, he goes, just leave it here. He goes, don't take it with you. But he's like, anything that good that you've taken, he's like, take it. And I think he said that with folded hands at that time, like pure humble. He went like, you know what I mean? Just humble. And he does that with everyone. He's just a super humble guy, right? But yeah, these are life lessons that I've learned from him. And he also told me, he's like, Nikke, you're gonna go out there. They call me sometimes, everyone, because I guess I was the youngest kid. People call me Nikka sometimes. So they're like, you're gonna go out there. He's like, you're gonna hear a lot of things. He goes, but don't keep them inside you. Don't put them in your ears. He's like, don't keep them. And I see that. And going through, it's been like what, 20 something years since I've taken over it now, and just coming on the path from not knowing like anyone like in Sikhi like that, to coming on the path, to seeing people and how people's Sharda has broken, and the individuals that have come into our Panth, like even in Toronto, like I'm just speaking local Sangat, right? People that have come in and the amount of venom they've spilled in and the Sharda that they've broken, and how people have pulled away from Sikhi because of individuals. And I've witnessed this. I get to witness this. We all get to witness this. It's very unfortunate that happens. And but the Sharda is in the wrong place, right? The Sharda is in the wrong place. When you hear someone speaking and they start speaking from a certain perspective, you should stop listening to that, right? But once again, it's very difficult to filter that out. But if you go through Sukhmani Sahib, I think your level of filtering will be like immaculate. Like you'll know, I think, pretty quickly when you start listening to a Kathawachik, if you should be listening to this individual, or if this individual is off track. Or is this individual here to break Sharda, or is this, because there are people out there, Kathawachiks, etc., that I believe their sole purpose to come into Sikhi and is to break people's Sharda, is to break people away from Gurbani. The essence of Sikhi, which is Shabad and concentration. That's what Sikhi is. Sikhi 101, man. Sikhi 1001, Sikhi 101. It starts from there, it ends there. Is Shabad, Lok Pachara Kara Denorate, Bahare Pekh Antare Malo Maya, Chapa Se Na He Kacho Kara Chapaya. This right here, the repetition of this. And if you understand it, beautiful. But it's a repetition of this and the listening to this without other things interfering in the brain, without other things coming into the brain. So once you start listening to Shabad with concentration, and that starts connecting, that starts colliding, you start staying present at that place, that's the key, I believe. Sagal dwar ko chhad ke gayo tuharo dwar. I've left all other doors and I've come to your door. What is that? That door is the door of where concentration and Shabd collide. That's the door. Sagal dwar ko chhad ke gayo tuharo dwar. Bahenge hai ki lajas gobind das tuhar. And Maharaj, say my honor now, hold my arm, Maharaj. My concentration is at your feet, Maharaj. My concentration is in your Shabd, Maharaj. Maharaj, make me one with your Shabd, Maharaj. This concentration, Maharaj, connect it with that Shabd. Maharaj, help me stay in your Hajuri. Help me stay present in your Hajuri, in your presence. And then what comes from there? Love comes from there. That's how, I don't know if love comes from there. I shouldn't say that. It's all a mix, right? It's sort of, maybe love pushes you there, or maybe love comes from there, or it's like both. But I believe that's what Sikhi is. And anyone that speaks, any Kathawachik that speaks sort of pulls you away from that, you should be wary of that, right? You should pull away from those individuals themselves. If you start saying people, oh man, I tried to do this. There was this Kathawachik that started saying, oh man, I tried to do Simran, but it didn't work. Maharaj is saying, just be a good person. Dude, if you didn't get anything out of it, doesn't mean it doesn't work, right? Like, Tika, you tried. It doesn't mean you're done, right? Keep going, keep at it, right? So things like this, man. I think things like this we need to be careful about as well. And Sukhmani Sahib teaches us this, right? Log pachara kara dino raat. Day and night these individuals do this. They'll do this in Sikhi Sarup, you know. They'll come with dadiyan, they come with paggan, they come in chole, they'll come like dressed like Sengs, but their kartuta might be like this. So Akali Sahib was saying, right? Maharaj gave us intellect, use your intellect when needed as well. So lok pachara kara dino raat. To take advantage of others, the fake guru puts on a show day and night. Bahare pekh antare malamaya, right? Bahare, outside. Bahare no Punjabi bahare hi kamange. Bahare pekh. Now pekh is the way an individual looks according to what they wear. So their religious clothes. Punjabi ਚ ਆਪਾਂ ਕਹਾਂਗੇ ਲਿਬਾਸ. So bahare pekh. So their labas, what they wear. Antare. Antare, you guys know what that means, inside. Andar malo. Malo means filth or mad, Punjabi ch. And Maya, Maya is Maya. We'll leave Maya as Maya in English and in Gurmukhi Punjabi. क्या है कबीर जसोदा रोते सो माया. Anyone who has a stomach has Maya. Tav chute jab sadhu paya. It releases when you obtain a sadhu, when you obtain Shabad. That's when Maya releases. Extremely powerful force, Maya. Can't be one with our own intellect. Can't be one with intellect. Can't be controlled with intellect. It can't be controlled with even when you walk the path of spirituality, can't be controlled with your own spiritual. It's a gift. Baba Hanam Sekhi Rampur Kheda. He said he's meditating and he's like Maya came to him. He's like he used his own power. He tried to throw it off. He's like he couldn't. Because he did ardas to Guru Sahib Ji, Maharaj, please take this away. I can't. Like I tried again. I can't. Maharaj, you please help me. Because then it went away. And Maya is different things to different people at different times on your spiritual journey, right? Maya for us, for someone like me, is just making sure I'm not having pizza nova every day, right? Controlling that, right? Like let's cut that down a little bit, right? Like making sure that's not controlling me, but I'm sort of like, you know what? I don't need that for my heart right now. Let's cut it down a little bit, right? Like, Maya's different thing for different people. For Baba Hanam Singh Ji, it's very different, right? For Pagaji and them, wherever they may be flowing, is very different for them. Bahare pekha, antare malo Maya.
Vijay, can you give an example? Like, what would that be? What would Maya be for like Bhagat Ji?
What would I don't know what it would be for him. That's like it's like you asked me what would Maya be for you. I don't know. That's only you would be able to answer that, right? Only Apagaji would be able to answer what Maya is for whatever he's dealing with in his situation. Like they talk openly, freely, like they have Darshan Sandhava Gurbachan Singh Ji all the time, because they did the recording. So they speak about like last night Mahapurush came here, this is what's happening, they're happy with this here, they're doing this. I don't know what realm they may be, where they flow. I have no idea what Maya might be for them. Maybe, I don't know, they talk about coming back. They say they're coming back. They're going to come back in a different body. Jawahar Singh talks about it. He's like, nah, I'm going to come back and do Kirtan. I'm going to the Barsa. I'm doing Kirtan next life. But they talk about it like it's like, like you're a free agent, like you see a different world and you're like you can go where you want. They talk about it like that. Like, no, I'll be back. Yeah. No, like Jawahar Singh, he doesn't even say it like that, actually. He says it like, nahi auna mud ke. Like, he says it with like such faith and he says where he's going. He says what he wants to do. No, I'm going to do Kirtan Darbar Sahib. That's what I want to do. So Pagji yells at him sometimes, like, they have their own relationship. Like, dude, what are you doing, man? Like, start writing. And Jawahar Singh is very different. Like, he's not about like, writing and this and that. Jawahar Singh, he writes a lot. Like, but man, you put this guy on he'll do like a Akhand Path by himself. He's that type of a guy. He gets high and he wants to be left alone and he's gone. Like, I barely saw this. I lived with him for 2 years at that time in Montreal. I barely saw this man sleep, man. I'd he might lie down for a bit. I wake up, he's sitting with a rajay and he's got his mala. He's just going at it. He's just going at it. Rare individuals, but they have a funny relationship, right? Like when they talk to each other, because Jawahar Singh is straight bhakti mode, just like, leave me alone. Don't no one talk to me for like 2 years and I'm just sitting here. No one bother me. He's like that. Pagaji is more like, nah, we could always do that, but we're here to serve the panth. So let's write and let's produce work and let's get it out there, make movies of Sikhi and get that out there and talk to the youth, bring the youth in and help the youth. And so very different minds, right? Very different ways of going about the seva that they want to do. But they're so like connected to each other too at the same time. So that is fun. It's fun to see. So I don't know what their Maya might be, and I don't know. This might be a good place to ask you guys. I don't know what's your Maya right now. I don't know. So bahare pekh antare mala Maya. Let's write this translation. Mathe telko hathe mala bana, logan ramo khilona jana. So they put tilak on their forehead and they got a mala in their hand and they got a bana and then, but these people they think Vaheguru Ji is a game, right? Logan Ram Khalona Jana, right? God sade ta to piya te hare paine tag gali jena jamalial hote lote hathe ne bag oe har ke sant na ki hai banaras ke thag. So that was that line that I was talking about right here. Oh, har ke Santanaki, don't call them saints because they're thieves of Banaras, right? So Anusar, Bahare Santa Livasa hai. So they have the Livasas like a saints on the outside. Andar Maya di Mal hai, but they got the filth of Maya inside, Hana. Maya Manhona Bisare Manga Damandam. So Prabhu Chetina Ave, Nanak Nahi Karam. They look like saints on the outside, but have the filth of Maya inside. Yeah, I think it's like it's everything is on a spectrum, right? Like some of these guys, they control Maya to such a high degree. Like if I look at Bhagavaji's diet, the way he controls his diet, man doesn't eat anything for taste. He'll put like lechia in his dal, man. Like you can't eat that. Like like it's so hard to. There'll be time we'll be eating roti with pani, and that's it. Like you call it a night, man. You have a roti or two roti, and you have pani, and that's it. Like there's no flavor. Like the man's killed flavor. Right? Like he's won his tongue over. He's won taste. Very difficult to do, right? He eats for health. That's the only thing he eats for. छापा से ना है कछो करा छपाया. Chapa se means to hide. Lokada. Nahe. Does not. Nahe means no. Does not. Chapa se nahe. Nahi. Kacho. Kacho means anything. Kacho no ਆਪਾਂ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਾਛੋ ਹੀ ਕਵਾਂਗੇ. ਕੁਛ ਵੀ like that. ਕੁਝ ਵੀ ਕਹਿ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ. We just read it straight as Gurbani ji wrote it. Kacho. Kara means to do or does. Karda or kardi. Karda. Chapaya means hides. Chupa. Punjabi chupa. Chapa se na hai kacho. Kara chapaya. Chapa se hide, nahe does not, kacho anything, kare, karda does, chapaya hides. English. So this fake guru tries to hide his or her deeds, but nothing is hidden from Vaheguruji. Right? Chapa se nahe, nothing is hidden. Kacho, anything. Kara chapaya, but he tries to hide. लोक के मंद कर्म करके छुपा करता है पर कछ भी ना ही लुकदा वाहिगुरु जी तो क्यों जो वाहिगुरु जी सर्ब नैन आपे पेखन हारा ਹਨ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਸੱਜਣ ਠੱਗ ਉਤੋਂ ਵੈਸ਼ਨੂ ਪਹਿਰਾਵੇ ਚ ਸੀ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਹਲੇ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਭਰੋਸੇ ਚੋਂ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਭੋਰੇ ਚੋਂ 100 ਸਿਰ ਕਢਾਇਆ ਉਸ ਨੂੰ ਰੱਬ ਦਾ ਸੱਜਣ ਸੰਤ ਬਣਾਇਆ. So yeah, even Sajjan Thug, he looked like a Vaishnu, right? He dressed like a Vaishnu, but once again, this is the Sakhi of Sajjan Thug, right? Maharaj pulled out what, like 100 heads from where he was, where he used to be, and then made him a Santa. This line here, this is a line from Sukhmani Sahib ji. Sarvanena Pepe Kanahara. I want to say, I think this may be the 23rd Astpadi. But man, these translations are very different, man. So like this would be translated as Sarvanan Pepe Kanahara. Like there's multiple translations, but one of them would be Sarva means all, Nan means eyes, Aap means Aap Vaheguruji, Pekhanhara means viewer, seer. So let me take you guys to this little exercise. You guys, if you guys can please just close your eyes for like a minute. Just close your eyes. So Sarva, all, Nan, eyes, Aap Vaheguruji, Pekhanhara, seer. So Vaheguruji is the seer from all eyes. So right now, you hear this, I'm speaking, you hear me speaking. So if I were to say to you right now, that's not you listening. Just stay with me for a second. Your eyes, it's not you that sees the world, or it's not you that looks from these eyes. In fact, they're not even your eyes, right? They belong to Vaheguruji. And Vaheguruji sees through your eyes. Sarba Nan, all eyes, Aape Vaheguruji Pekhanhara, is a viewer from all eyes. So it's not you listening right now. It's not you seeing right now. So who are you? You know what I mean? You guys can open your eyes now, that's cool. But like these translations, when we get to this, Sarvanana, like the 21st Astpadi, 20 and beyond, is very different. So Chapa se na hai kacho karai chapaya. This fake guru tries to hide his or her deeds, but nothing is hidden from Vaheguru. Papaji used to do this exercise, so that's why we would you say Guru Tegh Bahadur Sahib Ji, Nanai's head is getting caught, and he make you visualize everything, like close your eyes, visualize it. Guru Tegh Bahadur's, you visualize history, right? So Guru Tegh Bahadur's head is getting cut off. Now Guru Tegh Bahadur's head is on your head, right? And then, so he does that a lot. He visualizes a lot, especially Guru Tegh Bahadur's Panjve Pashe Shahidiyan, like the way they passed away. Like he spends hours visualizing both of them. And then, you start doing that, and then you sort of start flowing, as in, if you got Guru Tegh Bahadur's head on your head, what you view, the way you view, the lens you view from shifts, your perspective shifts. We talk about fear, we talk about depression, we talk about anxiety, we talk about looking at the beauty of others, we talk about taste and desire. If you got Guru Tegh Bahadur's head on your head, perspective shifts, right? So it's a pretty cool exercise that he would take us through from time to time. Chapa se na he kacho, kara chapaya. Bahare gyan dhyan isana. Bahare, outside. Bahare, gyan, knowledge. Gyan ਨੂੰ ਆਪਾਂ ਗਿਆਨ ਲਿਖਾਂਗੇ. ਧਿਆਨ, concentration. ਧਿਆਨ ਨੂੰ ਧਿਆਨ ਹੀ ਲਿਖਾਂਗੇ. Isnan, to bathe, or Ishanan, or and just leave it as Gurbani wrote it without Sase Parbindi, Isnan. So Bahare Gyan Dhyan Isnan. ਬਾਹਰ ਤਾਂ ਮਾਇਆ, ਪਰ ਇਸਤਰੀ ਨਿੰਦਾ ਝੂਠ ਦੇ ਤਿਆਗ ਦਾ ਆਦਿ ਦਾ ਗਿਆਨ, ਆਦਿ ਗਿਆਨ ਦੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈ। ਤੀਰਥਾਂ ਤੇ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਇਸ਼ਨਾਨ ਵੀ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈ। ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਠੱਗਣ ਲਈ ਸਮਾਧੀ ਲਾ ਕੇ ਧਿਆਨ ਮਾਇਆ ਵਿੱਚ ਲਾਉਂਦਾ ਹੈ। Beautiful shot, man, like this here. महला पहला पाड़े पुस्तक संध्या बाधं सिल पूज से बगुल समाधं मुख झूठ बेपूखण सारं तरपाल ते हाल बेचारं गाले माला तिल कुल लाटं दोय धोती बस्तर कपाटं जे जान से ब्रह्मं कर्मं सबे फोकट निश्चौ कर्मं कहो नानक निश्चौ त्यावै वेणु सत गुर वाट न पावै. So Pade Pustak Sandhya Bhavan, they sit there and they read their Pustaka, they read, like, pretend they're reading religious texts. Ser Puja, se Bagalas Madang, Smadhi Lal, and they like a crane sits and like Smadhigan like that. Mokachu to Bepu Kanasarang, but they're all false, they're speaking false. Tarpal Tehal Vicharang, Gale Mala, Telekolilatang, Galdevich Malapaya, Telekalilatang, Telekalayoa, Toti Bastar Kapatang, Toti Amani, and Jana se Brahman Karmang. Sabe focused in this karma, but the karma Brahma, these individuals don't know. Sabe focused in this karma, it's all focused, it's all lies what these guys are doing. Kaho Nanak, nehe chote aave. What should you do? You should should concentrate on nehe cho Vaheguruji. Veno Satagura Vata na pave. But understand this, without your guru, you won't know the path either, right? So you need a Puran guru for this. Get away from these fake gurus. Only one guru, Guru Granth Sahib Ji for us. Outwardly, this guru speaks about knowledge, preaching of not getting caught in maya, lying, slander, etc. Bathes at religious places, sits with eyes closed, showing that he or she is in samadhi, but concentrates on maya, So it's all fake, right? They speak what they speak, you shouldn't be doing this. And they'll say the right things. And this is how they trap individuals, right? And we've seen this. We've seen so much Sangat break off in Toronto over the past 20 years because of some of these Bachariks that have come down and what they preach, what they spit out, man. Venomous, some of these guys. They'll say like the right things. Once they gain low following, then they'll start throwing things of doubt here and there, and they'll start making you question, and they're they're good at what they do, man. We've seen it happen, man. So these and not just guru, but some of these preachers, right? But Jataks do this too. So outwardly, this guru speaks about knowledge, right? Speaks about gyan, and then they sit with their eyes closed and dhyan, right? And they do Ishanan as well. They go to religious place and do Ishanan as well. So Bahare Gyan Dhyan Ishanan. So outwardly, that's what's happening. But what's happening on the inside? So Maharaj speaks about that next. But Antare Vyapa Lobo Swana. Here we go. Antare, inside. Andar. Vyapa, attaches, clings. This is in a negative way. Vyapa. Vyapada. Lobo, greed. Lalach. And swano means dog. Kutta. Antare vyapa lobo swan. So yes, outwardly, gyan, dhyan, isanan. But antare, inside, vyapa lobo swan. ऐसे दंभी पखंडी दे अंदर लालच रूपी कुत्ता व्यापदा है. The dog of greed is attached to such a fake guru. So antare vyapa lobo swan. The dog of greed. Lobo swan. Vyapa. Antare. What else? Antare agane. Bahare tana swaha. What else? Antare, inside. Andar. Agane. Agane, you guys know, fire. Agane. Ag. Agane. You can just wrote agane. Bahare, outside. Bahare. Bahare. Tanno. You guys know what tan means. So Punjabi sarir keh lavange hai na. Swaha. Swaha means ashes. Swaha. Antare agane. Bahare tana swaha. So ऐसे दब्बी लोभी कुत्ते दे अंदर काम करो लोभ मोहंकार ईर्खा माया वडियाई हंस वर्गे सोहणन बनन दी अग है अंदरली अग ने बाहरे शरीर ਨੂੰ भी स्वाह बना ਦਿੱਤਾ है संसार च भी लानता दी स्वाह उड़दी है So the fire of lust, greed, ego, attachment, anger, maya, jealousy is burning inside. This burning, so the internal burning, has caused the outward body to become like ashes as well. Or traditional translation is, so yes, the fire of lust, greed, ego, attachment, anger, maya, jealousy is burning inside, and outwardly, he or she has applied ashes to the body. So there are sadhus that live like this, right? They apply ashes to their external bodies as well. This is more of an antrivartha. This is more of like a literal artha right here. Maharitana swaha. Yeah, ashes being applied to the body, or well, not ashes directly, but the body has become like ashes as well on the outside because with the inside body has dried up. It doesn't look prafullat anymore. It's like a flower, it looks like that, it's starting to look like that. It's not vibrant anymore. You look at Abhyasi's body, someone that's a non-Abhyasi, there's certain presence in their body, certain lali chadi hundi ona de, right? Kavan bani ri teri lali. Hey, when did you get colored in love? Kavan range tu pei gulali. When did you get colored in such a deep red color? When did this happen to you? Lal rang tisko laga jiske vada paga. The color red, they get, जिन्हां दे वड्डे भाग they get it. Mela kade na hove na lage daga. It never becomes mela. They never get any dog on it. So you can take this two ways. Antare agane, bahare tano swaha. All right, move on. Gale pathar. Gale means neck. Gal. Pathar, pathar, stone. Punjabi, we could just write pathar, or you could write pathar. Kaise? How? Kidda? Tara. Tara means to swim. Or tare. Athaha. Atha is something of which depth cannot be known. So something that is like so deep that you cannot measure its depth. Behat. Punjabi we will write behat. Athaha. Agam aparathaha. Aganata atuna. Atah. So deep, you cannot measure its depth. So Punjabi. बेहाथ औगणा विकारां रूपी जल सहित संसार रूपी समुंदर तो किदां तरे, right? So औगणा विकारां रूपी जल सहित, so the water is of vikar and औगण. Sansar रूपी समुंदर तो, the world is the ocean. किदां तरे, how can they swim across? क्यों इस पखंडी दे गल नाल महापाप रूपी पाथर बन्या है. So the pathar of sin is attached around the neck. How can they swim across? In English, with such heavy sin or stone, we're talking such heavy stone, but we're talking about sin. The sin is a stone. With such heavy sin around the neck, how can this individual swim across the deep world ocean of vikar? So with such heavy stone-like sin, stone means sin here, with such heavy sin around the neck, how can this individual swim across the deep world ocean of vikar? So Gale Pathar, a stone around your neck. Kaise taraya tha? How can you swim across such deep waters? All right. Jaake antare basai prabhu aape. Jaake, we'll put together for English. Jaake. Whom. Punjabi ਚ ਆਪਾਂ ਕਹਾਂਗੇ ਜਿਸ ਦੇ. So ਜਾ ਜਿਸ ਕੈ ਦੇ. Antare, inside. Antare, andar. Basa, basa means to reside. Basa, vasade. Prab, prabho, write whatever you want there for Vaheguru Ji. Just write in English, just write Vaheguru Ji. Prabho, we'll just leave as Prabho. Ape, so we're talking they themselves pretty much. Ape ਨੂੰ ਆਪਾਂ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਚ ਆਪ ਹੀ ਰਹਿਣ ਦਵਾਂਗੇ. So ਜਾ ਕੇ within whom, ਜਾ ਕੇ ਅੰਤਰੇ within whom, ਹੈ ਨਾ? ਅੰਤਰੇ inside, within. ਬਸੈ reside, ਪ੍ਰਭ ਆਪੇ, ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਆਪ, ਹੈ ਨਾ? So ਜਾ ਕੇ ਅੰਤਰੇ ਬਸੈ ਪ੍ਰਭ ਆਪੇ, ਜਿਸ ਦੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਵਸਦੇ ਪ੍ਰਭ ਆਪੇ. So write the next two lines together. Nanak te jan sahaje samate. Nanak, Sri Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji, Mahalla Panjਵਾਂ ji. Right? So Panjਵੇਂ Pasha ji. Te, they, or oho. Jan, devotees. Or lovers, you can say too. I like that word lovers in sense of lovers of Vaheguru. In Punjabi, we write Pyare Bhagat Ji, hai na? That's what we'll write here. Jan, Pyare, Vaheguru Ji de Pyare, Vaheguru Ji de Bhagat, Vaheguru Ji de Pyare Bhagat Ji, Vaheguru Ji de Sant, Vaheguru Ji de Jan. Sahaj. So we've translated this before. I don't know if we've, in English, if we've ever come to a proper translation of it. I don't know. I don't know if we can. I feel like some things are, you can explain them, but they need to be experienced, right? And a state of Saj is, once again, it's probably on a spectrum, but what someone like Sant Baba Gurbachan Singh Ji or Bhai Taru Singh Ji or someone like Bhai Mani Singh Ji feels, their state of Saj, where they're sitting, and a state of Saj, like a worldly state of Saj, is very different, right? A state of ease. Yeah, this, the translation we're going to write here is a state of ease, Saj. Bhagaji writes this in a different way. He writes a few things. He writes Shanti, Tarama, Tiraj, the ability to handle and be okay, just be present still. Shanti, Tarama. But then he also writes Saj, definition for Saj as Brahmagyan, someone that has knowledge of Vaheguruji, and not just knowledge like book knowledge, not knowledge of, oh, you're educated, oh, you do nice katha, oh, you speak very well, oh, you understand what this Gurbani line means and that Gurbani. I'm not talking about that knowledge. I'm talking about, there's a whole Astpadi dedicated to Brahmagyan. I'm talking about knowledge of experience, right? I'm talking about when a Mahapurush has darshana Guru Sahib Ji, and a Mahapurush has darshan of Prakash and stays in that state. I'm talking about after the first round of marriage, the second round, even after and you get a japa jap in the second round of marriage, right? You're flowing very nicely in the second round of marriage. And then you develop virag in this third stage of marriage, right? You start realizing, deciphering between such and false and truth and not truth, and it's not theory anymore. Virag becomes practical, right? It's probably a very intuitive state of, yeah, okay, this is not permanent, right? And then the fourth state is the state of malap, of being one with Vaheguruji. Brahmagyani ahape parameswara. A Brahmagyani is Parameswar, is God themselves. We're going to go through that line as well. Brahmagyani ahape parameswara. So Bhagaji translates a state of Saj as Brahmagyan, someone that has knowledge of Brahman. So they, by Mani Singh Ji getting, they telling by Mani Singh, we're gonna chop you from your gut here. It's like, no, wait, hold up. You're ordered to chop me piece by piece. Why would you start here? You start from here. Start from the tip of my fingertip. That's where you need to start from, my friend. Start here. Let's go. That's a state of Sahaj. Only someone in a state of Sahaj can say that, right? Otherwise it'd be very difficult to say something like that, and not only say it, actually go through it and just like, all right, let's move, let's do this. Baba Deep Singh ji doing ardas, saying, I'm gonna reach Darbar Sahib before I put my weapons down, before Shahidi. And you have to be in a state of Saj to follow through and actually get your head caught and be like, it's okay, it's a body, and bring that internal Shakti out, ardas to Maharaj, and move from that state. You have to be in a state of Saj to pull that. You have to be in a state of Brahma Gyan to pull that. A state of Saj, I would assume, is a place where you cannot be moved internally. Your Shraddha can't break no more. There are no more butterflies. Your ability to control your chemical reaction internally is, you own it, you control it. The ability to leave the body and come into a body, and all these Ridhya, Siddhya, these are even lower level things, but you flow in a state of going and coming as you please. So I think the state of Sahaj is different things to different people at different times. It can be for individuals just no thoughts entering the mind and being present, fully absorbed in Shabda. That might be a state of Sahaj for some of us. So Nanak Tejana Sahaj Samate. Samate means to merge. Sma Pavlina. Let me write this in English first. So Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji is saying, those devotees, those pyare, stay in a state of ease in whom Vaheguru Ji resides themselves. So when they get awareness of Vaheguru Ji within inside themselves, they're in a state of ease. Bhai Mani Singh Ji, state of ease. So they get into the state of Saj. So Panjve Pasha Ji, Sadh ki ਧੂਰ ਕਰ ਹੋਏ ਸਨਾਨ ਅਨੁਸਾਰ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬਾਨ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਪੰਜ ਪਿਤਰ ਚਰਨ ਧੂੜ ਚ ਹਰ ਸਮੇਂ ਇਸ਼ਨਾਨ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਜਿਸ ਗੁਰਸੇਵਕ ਪਿਆਰੇ ਦੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਆਪ ਪ੍ਰਕਾਸ਼ ਹੀ ਪ੍ਰਕਾਸ਼ ਸਰੂਪ ਸਰਵਵਿਆਪੀ ਵਿਸਮਾਦ ਅੰਧ ਕਲਾਵਾਨ ਜਪਾ ਜਾ ਬ੍ਰਹਮ ਜੀ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਹਨ, ਭਾਵ ਅੰਦਰ ਬਾਹਰ ਵਸਦੇ ਸਾਖਿਆਤ ਹੋ ਰਹੇ ਹਨ। ਉਹ ਪਿਆਰੇ ਭਗਤ ਜੀ ਸ਼ਾਂਤੀ, ਧਰਮ, ਧੀਰਜ, ਬ੍ਰਹਮ ਗਿਆਨ ਸਹਿਤ ਸਹਿਜ ਅਵਸਥਾ ਚ ਸਹਿਜ ਸਰੂਪ ਬ੍ਰਹਮ ਜੀ ਚ ਸਮਾ ਭਾਵ ਲੀਨ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਹਨ। ਜੋ ਜਲ ਮਹਿ ਜਲ ਹੋਏ ਖਟਾਨਾ ਤੇ ਜੋਤੀ ਸੰਗ ਜੋਤ ਸਮਾਨਾ, ਮਿਟ ਗਏ ਗਵਨ ਆਏ ਬਿਸਰਾਮ, ਨਾਨਕ ਪ੍ਰਭ ਕੈ ਸਦ ਕੁਰਬਾਨ, ਹਰ ਕੇ ਸੰਗ ਬਸੇ ਹਰੇ ਲੋਕ ਤਨ ਮਨ ਅਰਪੇ ਸਰ ਬਸੋ ਸਭੋ ਅਰਪੇ ਹੋ, ਆਨੰਦ ਸਾਹਾ ਜਿਤੋ ਨੇ ਝੋਕ। Nanak Dejan Sahaj Samate. So that was the fifth body. Murate Ajuni Savangur Prasad Japo Ade Sacho Javade Sacho Happy Sacho Nanak Hosi Pi Sacho. We're starting the sixth today, Harnoa. ਇੱਕ ਓੰਕਾਰ ਸਤਿਨਾਮ ਕਰਤਾ ਪੁਰਖ ਨਿਰਭਉ ਨਿਰਵੈਰ ਅਕਾਲ ਮੂਰਤ ਅਜੂਨੀ ਸੈਭੰ ਗੁਰ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਜਪੋ ਆਦਿ ਸੱਚ ਜੁਗਾਦਿ ਸੱਚੋ ਹੈ ਭੀ ਸੱਚੋ ਨਾਨਕ ਹੋਸੀ ਭੀ ਸੱਚੋ ਇੱਕ ਓੰਕਾਰ ਸਤਿਨਾਮ ਕਰਤਾ ਪੁਰਖ ਨਿਰਭਉ ਨਿਰਵੈਰ ਅਕਾਲ ਮੂਰਤ ਅਜੂਨੀ ਸੈਭੰ ਗੁਰ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਜਪੋ ਆਦਿ ਸੱਚੋ ਜੁਗਾਦਿ ਸੱਚੋ ਹੈ ਭੀ ਸੱਚੋ ਨਾਨਕ ਹੋਸੀ ਭੀ ਸੱਚੋ ਇੱਕ ਓੰਕਾਰ ਸਤਿਨਾਮ ਕਰਤਾ ਪੁਰਖ ਨਿਰਭਉ ਨਿਰਵੈਰ ਅਕਾਲ ਮੂਰਤ ਅਜੂਨੀ ਸੈਭੰ ਗੁਰ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਜਪੋ ਆਦਿ ਸੱਚੋ ਜੁਗਾਦਿ ਸੱਚੋ ਹੈ ਭੀ ਸੱਚੋ ਨਾਨਕ ਹੋਸੀ ਭੀ ਸੱਚੋ ਇੱਕ ਓੰਕਾਰ ਸਤਿਨਾਮ ਕਰਤਾ ਪੁਰਖ ਨਿਰਭਉ ਨਿਰਵੈਰ ਅਕਾਲ ਮੂਰਤ ਅਜੂਨੀ ਸੈਭੰ ਗੁਰ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਜਪੋ ਆਦਿ ਸੱਚੋ ਜੁਗਾਦਿ ਸੱਚੋ ਹੈ ਭੀ ਸੱਚੋ ਨਾਨਕ ਹੋਸੀ ਭੀ ਸੱਚੋ ਇੱਕ ਓੰਕਾਰ ਸਤਿਨਾਮ ਕਰਤਾ ਪੁਰਖ ਨਿਰਭਉ ਨਿਰਵੈਰ ਅਕਾਲ ਮੂਰਤ ਅਜੂਨੀ ਸੈਭੰ ਗੁਰ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਜਪੋ ਆਦਿ ਸੱਚੋ ਜੁਗਾਦਿ ਸੱਚੋ ਹੈ ਭੀ ਸੱਚੋ ਨਾਨਕ ਹੋਸੀ ਭੀ ਸੱਚੋ ਇੱਕ ਓੰਕਾਰ ਸਤਿਨਾਮ ਕਰਤਾ ਪੁਰਖ ਨਿਰਭਉ ਨਿਰਵੈਰ ਅਕਾਲ ਮੂਰਤ ਅਜੂਨੀ ਸੈਭੰ ਗੁਰ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਜਪੋ ਆਦਿ ਸੱਚੋ ਜੁਗਾਦਿ ਸੱਚੋ ਹੈ ਭੀ ਸੱਚੋ ਨਾਨਕ ਹੋਸੀ ਭੀ ਸੱਚੋ ਇੱਕ ਓੰਕਾਰ ਸਤਿਨਾਮ ਕਰਤਾ ਪੁਰਖ ਨਿਰਭਉ ਨਿਰਵੈਰ ਅਕਾਲ ਮੂਰਤ ਅਜੂਨੀ ਸੈਭੰ ਗੁਰ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਜਪ ਆਦਿ ਸੱਚੋ ਜੁਗਾਦਿ ਸੱਚੋ ਹੈ ਭੀ ਸੱਚੋ ਨਾਨਕ ਹੋਸੀ ਭੀ ਸੱਚੋ ਇੱਕ ਓੰਕਾਰ ਸਤਿਨਾਮ ਕਰਤਾ ਪੁਰਖ ਨਿਰਭਉ ਨਿਰਵੈਰ ਅਕਾਲ ਮੂਰਤ ਅਜੂਨੀ ਸੈਭੰ ਗੁਰ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਜਪੋ ਆਦਿ ਸੱਚੋ ਜੁਗਾਦਿ ਸੱਚੋ ਹੈ ਭੀ ਸੱਚੋ ਨਾਨਕ ਹੋਸੀ ਭੀ ਸੱਚੋ ਕਰਤੂਤ ਪਸ਼ੂ ਕੀ ਮਾਨਸ ਜਾਤੇ so actions are of an animal but the form is of a human. So last week. So Maharaj, so this is the way Pagaji wrote this translation. He wrote this in Parthai to a particular, like a fake guru, which we see many of. We spoke in detail about last week. All these fake gurus that popped up. You know, Har ke Santanakhiya Banaras ke Thag. Bhagat Kabir Sahib Ji talked about these individuals as well. And so Guru Sahib Ji is talking about these individuals, but not only talking about them. Maharaj ends up blessing these individuals as well. Maharaj is, we'll see the word Karuna Mein today, right? Is the Sarup, is the Man, is the Sarup of Karuna, of Dayalta, of mercy, right? The Sarup of mercy, Maharaj is. So this is last week. So the action of the fake guru are like an animal, even though the caste is of a human, species of a human. Lok pachara karai deno raate. So deno and raate. What do these individuals? They do lok pachara. They please people. They put on a show for people. They fake it, right? So to take advantage of others, these fake gurus put on a show day and night, which we spoke about last week. Bahare pekh antarim malo maya. Outwardly, they have the pekh, they have the labas, they have the dress of a religious person. And we see this in our panth as well, right? We see individuals coming in our panth knowingly and some knowingly, right? They wear chole and they'll dress the part, or they wear kurte pajame, they'll sit on stage, they'll do katha. So bahare pekh, so they have the pekh going, but antarim malo maya, right? But inside they have the filth of illusion and doubt and maya inside, right? And they've come with a certain purpose. And some, but others that just you know what I mean? They fall off the path and they get back on the path, right? Um, is that's just what it is. Bahare pek antare malomaya. Chapase nahe kacho kare chapaya. They try to hide all this stuff, like their internals, but nothing's hidden from Vaheguruji, right? Nothing's hidden from Maharajji. Bahare gyan tyan isana. So outwardly, you know, they go to places of pilgrimage for the, you know, Maharaj says Isanan right here. I hope you guys can hear me, saying my internet connection is not stable. But they do Ishanan, they do Dhyan, but it's not Dhyan of the Vaheguruji, it's not Dhyan of Shabda, they do Dhyan of Maya. And the Gyan that they speak, they might have Chuncha Gyan, right? They speak of knowledge that's maybe learned knowledge or heard knowledge, but the practical knowledge, the knowledge that comes from experience, they don't possess that, right? So Bahare Gyan Dhyan Sanan. But Antare Vyapa, Lobosana, but the dog of greed is attached. Chondada Renda, Chopada Renda, no under Tankarda Renda, right? So greed. Antare Agane Bahare Tana Swaha, inside there's fire and Bahare Tana Swaha, but then they got you know, you could say physically they got ashes on their body, or their body, because their inside is always burning, their outside, it doesn't become appealing anymore, you know, not the best to look at, because the presence, their aura, it shifts. Ngale pathar kaise tara athaha. So these individuals have a pathar in their gale, in their neck. Kaise tara athaha. How can they swim the deep, the athaha ocean? How can someone that has a stone around their neck swim the deep ocean? So now the stone is of pap, right? The stone is of sin and vikar and kam and krodh and lobh and hankar and moh and chugli and ninda and slander and all that kind of stuff. So they have the stone of all this around their neck. How can they swim across this world ocean? ਜਾ ਕੇ ਅੰਤਰ ਬਸ ਹੈ ਪ੍ਰਭ ਆਪ ਇਹਨੇ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ said ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਆਪ ਅੰਦਰ ਵਾਸਾ ਕਰਦੇ ਨੇ ਨਾਨਕ ਤੇ ਜਨ ਸਹਜ ਸਮਾਤੇ. Those devotees stay in a state of sahaj, they sama in a state, they merge into a state of sahaj, right? In whom Vaheguru Ji is themselves, right? So Maharaj does benti, Panj Pashe doing benti to Kal Purkh Ji, Maharaj inanu baksha lavo, right? We're going to see something very similar today. So Sone anda kaise margo pave, but these arths are more antariv. So today what we'll go through is more of antariv arts, more of arts at a depth. And you can see, you'll understand just the regular arth as well, like literal definition of what it says as well. But there's a bit of depth we're going to go through today. All right. Sune anda kaise margo pave. So if you guys can pull out your pages and let's get writing. And we will stop in between, maybe after the first, maybe after, I don't know, let's see how we feel. And we'll do some Simran, we'll do some Mool Mantra Vyas. So sometimes from time to time, I work with this individual. And so this individual, he's been He's been doing like well since we were young actually. He's been, he's got Sukhmani Sahib memorized, and he's got his Punjabi memorized, and I believe it was last year he started. He said he was he was going to do 25 Japji Sahib parts a day and stuff, right? So even while we work, he's going at it. I had some time to hang out with this individual recently. So now he's up to saying he does an hour of Simran. He does a Sukhmani Sahib part, and then he does 27. He does 27 Japji Sahib. So I was with this individual for a couple of days while we were working as well. So he would just go at it. And when he moves his lips, so I was like, how is it inside? Like, so while people are talking around you now and everything, are you able to sort of just keep Japji Sahib going inside while people are having conversations around you? He said, yeah, you can do it, but it's not easy. So he says what he does is, like, he covers, well, because of COVID, because of masks and everything, the mandate. So he says just wears a bandana, and while we're at work or while he's working, just to cover his face, and he says he keeps his lips moving, and that way he could sort of hear with his own ears, that like mumbling, and he's doing Japji Sahib, right? So I remember we started in the morning. He was Amrit Vela, he was up before me, and he's doing he did his Nitya, he did his Simran, and then throughout the day he kept going, and then at nighttime finished his before we went to sleep, he finished his 27. But you could tell his focus has increased as well, right? From last year, his ability to sort of while talking to clients and everything, sort of do what he has to do, but then go back internal. So that was really nice to see. But yeah, I thought I'd just share that with you guys. All right. So ne anda kaise mara go paap hai? Sone. Sone means to listen. Sunna. Anda. Anda is someone that's blind. Kaise. Kaise means how. Kidda. Marago means path, rasta. Pave means to obtain or to find. Labbe. Punjabi jab labbe keh devange, labbana kuch ya pave ya pauna. All right. So sone, anda kaise margo pave. So the Vishram here is on sonne. So sonne, listen. Anda kaise margo pave. How can a blind individual obtain the path? Listen. So Panjve Pasha is speaking. So Vaheguru Mahalla Panjwa ji Kartar Sarup Hundean, Sarabyapi Mahavismad Pav Bhakti Das Benti Karndi Mahavismad Jach Sakhondean. Ande Gunge Pingle Bole Kalanki Nu Bakshon Lei Vaheguru ji de Sanmuk Sarabyapi Mahavismad Safara Shardas Prem Beti Karde Han. So Panjwa Pasha is doing Ardas to Vaheguru ji. De Kanno Sunho Ardas Jiyo. Hey Vaheguru Ji, dekh kano, give me your ears, Vaheguru Ji. Sunho ardas Jiyo. Hey my Jiyo, please listen to my ardas. Anusar, hey Sarv Kala Parapur Prabhartha Jananhar, Vaheguru Jiyo. प्रेम बेनती सुनना करो जी अंधा जीव गुरु प्रेम प्रेमा भगती सेवा सिमर सत्संगत औगणा विकार त्यागण दा रास्ता किद्दां लभे सेकेंडरी वाह हे वाहिगुरु जीओ प्रेम बेनती सुना करो जी अंधे एह ना आखिया ने जिन मोखे लोण ना है अंधे से ही नानका खासम हो कुथे जाहे beautiful line so here ande eh na akhiyan so Bani says don't call them ande ande eh na akhiye don't akhiye don't say they are ande jin mukhe on whose faces jin mukhe loin na hai that don't have eyes loin right ande say nanaka Guru Sahib says they are blind khasamaho kuthe jahe the ones who have gone astray kuthe from khasamaho from their khasam from their husband from Vaheguru ji khasamaho kuthe jahe ਅਨਸਾਰ ਹੰਕਾਰ ਵਿਕਾਰ ਮਹਾ ਪਾਪਾਂ ਚ ਆਪ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਭੁੱਲਿਆ ਵੈਰਾਗ ਵਿਵੇਕ ਰੂਪੀ ਨੇਤਰਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਬਿਨਾ so the eyes of vairag the eyes of vivek I remember we did the arth of vivek was the ability to decipher truth and vairag man I wish I could I don't know how to translate vairag so vairag vivek roopi netran to bina je bahota samjhaiye bhola bhi so ande bhi so ando anda anusar anda jeev aankhe meech mag सूझ न जाई ताहे अनंत मिलै किस पाहि पाए पाई अनुसार गुरु प्रेमा भगति सहित ब्रह्म ज्ञानी सब की रीना ब्रह्म ज्ञानी दा मार्ग को meaning rasta किद्दां लभे right English so here so oh Vaheguru ji panj pashi doing benti hai na oh Vaheguru ji please listen to my request benti blinded by vikar sin ego without the eyes so ability to decipher truth without eyes it means ability to decipher truth also means vairag how can this individual find the loving devotional path to Vaheguru ji the path of Brahma Gyan right so blinded by vikar sin ego how can the individual find the loving devotional path to Vaheguru ji how can the individual find the path to Brahma Gyan so sonne here is not for the individual that's blind right kaise marg upave here sonne is we're talking to Vaheguru ji sonne hey Vaheguru ji please listen that's who sonne is towards sonne Vaheguru ji anda kaise marg upave how can a blind individual blinded by so not blind as in just blind but literally you can take it like that too hana someone that's blind how can they find the path but here the blind individual is the one that's blinded by vikar the one that's blinded by sin the one that's blinded by ego how can that individual or the one that doesn't have babek they are blind babek is the ability to decipher truth discern truth Anna? This is truth this is not truth blinded is an individual who doesn't have vairag and vairag the third stage of marriage yes is detachment but it's not detachment in that sense like you renounce everything and you leave and you go into the jungles it's while living amongst it you're detached from it is Guru Gobind Singh Ji beautiful definition of vairag if you look at his life is Chote Sahibzade he gets the news that Nihant Chidenge they've passed on they left their bodies and someone asked Guru Sahib Ji well doesn't that hurt you don't you get pain This is Babek and this is Varag in one, I would say. So Guru Sahib gets his arrow and he pulls out a butta, like a little plant out of the ground. Pretty much like saying, well, was there, like, did you feel pain when I plucked that? Did you feel pain when I didn't? He's like, they were never mice to begin with. So I feel no pain or pleasure when they came or when they left, right? That's Babek Buddhi. Only someone with a Babek Buddhi and a Vairag, someone that owns the state of Vairag, can say something like that, right? So Vairag is Tesa Harko, Tesa also Sogo, happiness. Like Sog means depression. Hark means like joy, happiness. The same. Someone that has ability to treat both as the same. Tesa Savarano, Tesi also Mati. Gold, dirt, same. Someone that has ability to walk that middle ground and say, it's all good. Whatever it is good, right? Birth and death, they look upon as the same. Not being happy in the high, not being too excited in the highs, not being too low when the lows come, right? So yeah, waking up to truth, having Babek as well, and Vairag. Vairag is also the realization of, which is third round of marriage happens after a japa jab, that this is not in theory and practicality now. This is really not going with me. Okay, my purpose is this here. And you've lived out your purpose. You hit its stages of a japa jap, and you're moving on from there as well. And you're realizing, my family, this life, past lives, like it's all evading, and it's not here forever. Not in theory, but in practicality now, right? Even the body that I was born with isn't going with me, right? The realization of that, the realization, Vairag, that you are not the body, right? Not in theory anymore, in practicality, in reality. This is not me anymore, right? Not just saying it. Understanding it, having a lens of moving towards a Brahmagyan lens, moving towards a lens of sort of oneness with Vaheguruji. This right here, what we're talking about, of finding that loving devotional path to Vaheguruji, merging with Vaheguruji, right? So having abilities like these, so that so please listen to my Beinti Vaheguruji, blinded by vikar, blinded by sin, blinded by ego, blinded by not having Vairag, blinded, and as you can see, we don't have that Vairag, we are blinded from that truth, right? Blinded by not having Babek, the ability to decipher truth, right? Discern truth. How can this individual find the loving devotional path to the Prema Bhakti path to Vaheguruji, to Brahmagyan? It's a good question, Sukhjot. All right. Karo gahe leho, od nibhava. Yeah, something to ponder over. Huh? Karo. Karo means hand, hath. Gahe. Gahe leho is pretty much together, right? Like fada lavo, right? Gahe means fada, to hold, huh? Leho is lavo, is in reference to the person that's doing the holding, right? Doing the hand holding. So leho, so you're talking to that individual, is talking about that individual that's doing the holding, that's doing the hand holding. So in reference to the person that is holding the hand, leho, gehe leho, right? Hold on to, now you're talking about a person that's holding. Karo gahe leho. You could even say all that together. Hath fad lavo. Ode. Ode is like to the end, right? To the end of the destination. Manzal tak. Nibhava. So ode to the end of destination, to the end of the destination, है ना? Ode ant tak जिथे जाना है ना? Manzal tak. Nibhava. Nibhava, yes, it means to reach. Nibhava means Jinna nib jave, the one that's going to stay with you till the end, right? Someone that's going to be with you till the end. This can be emotional. This can be like we're talking about physical right now, right? Actually walking someone to a destination. Sikhi ke sa sang nib jave, right? May my Sikhi nib jave, may it reach its destination. May Sikhi, or with my case and my swas, with a beas and my hair intact, may reach till the end, right? Never jave, है ना? निभावे पहुंचे. Karo gahe leho. Karo means, remember, hand. So other lines of kara. Aठ पहाड़ कारे जोड़े रहो. तो पिठे हरे रायरी. Karo, hands. Aठ पहाड़ कारे जोड़े रहो. Kara means आठ पहाड़, 24 hours a day, eight sections of the day. Aठ पहाड़ कारे जोड़े रहो. Hold your hands, keep your hands folded. तो पिठे हरे रायरी. Then you will meet Vaheguruji. I remember when we were young, we took this literally. In Montreal, we used to keep our hands folded even while we slept. Yeah, like you sleep with your hands folded. Then Maharaj hukum is aat pahar kare jode raho to pete hare rai. Then you meet your love, right? Then you meet Vaheguruji. So the arth of this, ਜਿਵੇਂ ਸੂਰਮੇ ਦਾ ਹੱਥ ਫੜ ਕੇ ਲੈ ਜਾਈਦਾ ਹੈ. So Surma is a warrior, but in Punjabi boli, Nahang boli, you call a Surma is someone that cannot see, right? Like someone that does kirtan, Surma, you call him Surme Ragi, है ना? Like someone that cannot see pretty much. So ਜਿਵੇਂ ਸੂਰਮੇ ਦਾ ਹੱਥ ਫੜ ਕੇ ਲੈ ਜਾਈਦਾ ਹੈ, ਤਿਵੇਂ ਬਾਹਾਂ ਪਕੜੇ ਗੋਰੇ ਕਾਢਿਆ ਸੋਈ ਉਤਰਿਆ ਪਾਰ ਇਹ ਅਨੁਸਾਰ ਜੇਕਰ ਆਪ ਜੀ ਇਸ ਦਾ ਹੱਥ ਵਾ ਮਨ ਰੂਪੀ ਹੱਥ ਫੜ ਲਵੋ ਤਾਂ ਆਪ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਤ ਕਰਨ ਰੂਪੀ ਮੰਜ਼ਲ ਤੱਕ ਪਹੁੰਚੇ. In English. So Vaheguru ji. So remember Maharaj doing Benti to Vaheguru ji. Sone Maharaj ji. If you hold this individual's hand, so the hand here is the mind. So if you hold this individual's karo, meaning mind, then he or she will reach a destination of obtaining you. So the destination is obtaining Vaheguruji, is that fourth round of marriage. Hare Paya Prabhu Avinasi, right? I obtained the indestructible Prabhu Vaheguruji. So if you hold this individual's hand, meaning if you hold this individual's man, then he or she will reach the destination of obtaining you. Once again, Lord Maharaj doing Bentiyan for us, talking to Vaheguruji for us, is our bachole, right? Always standing in between and saying, Maharaj, Vaheguruji, please help these individuals, please help these Sikhs, please help everyone, Maharaj, right? So if you hold this individual's hand, if you hold this individual's mind, then he or she will reach the destination of obtaining you. So, jor na surti gyane vichare, right? It jor da visha nahi. And Bhagavad says this all the time too, right? He goes, melta da vishaya. This whole path is not a path of jor, like, you know, I'm gonna, because of my strength, I'm gonna walk this path, I'm gonna make it happen. No, 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 no. This is a path of a connection, in collaboration in with Sangata, right? This is a path of coming together with Sangata and then walking the journey, right? Makes it easier, right? You know, you go to the Gurdwara, people doing Simran, more higher likely chance maybe you want to do Simran versus uh, try sitting it by yourself and doing Simran. It's much more difficult, right? Versus you have a friend or a family member with you trying to do Simran with you is much easier, right? Melta da Vishaya. And it's not a and it's Kepa, end of the day, it Khasam Ka Jai Paveta. There's a bata, this Allah of love. It belongs to the Qasam. You know, he gives it. Maharaj gives it. It's a gift that Maharaj gives, right? The man coming under control is a gift Maharaj gives, right? The ability to get up and walk the path is a gift Maharaj gives, right? Uddam karan de jiyo to, right? Live in trying. Yes, live in trying, live in trying, live in trying. I'm gonna get up, I'm gonna go, Okay, let's go. Okay, that's good. Yesterday was good, today's good. Last month that's good. Okay, let's keep going, keep going. Even that, yes, we're thinking we put effort in. It's, yeah, right. That effort would not be there unless Maharaj wanted that effort to be there, right? It's a gift. The effort is a gift. But that also doesn't mean that, you know, that's not to say, Chalo, when Maharaj does Kirpa, then I'll start, you know what, I'll wake up on method. No, no, no. Don't blame Maharaj for that, right? Live in trying still. I think what it is, yeah, you live in trying, you live in trying, you live in trying. And once you get to certain places, Maharaj gives you, will probably give you the realization that, you know what, it wasn't you that did it anyways, right? Maharaj helps you break your ego there too. Maharaj teaches you there as well. Ego becomes very brief, all right? Ego it has its own spectrum, huh? It starts big and you can see it and you can see where it is. And then it becomes so brief, you don't even notice it, right? But it's there. And when you're walking those paths, it's the gift Maharaj gives of breaking your ego, right? Maharaj breaks that ego for you. You don't have the ability to do it yourself there. Baba Hanam Singh Rampur Kheda, prime example, right? He talks about it in his biography, autobiography. But yeah. So Karo Gahe Leho Ode Nibhava. Maharaj, only if you hold this individual's hand, Maharaj, if you hold this individual's Karo, meaning if you hold this individual's mind, can this individual reach the destination of? And that destination is of obtaining you. Kaha bujarate buja dora. My internet keeps saying though, like my connection is unstable. I have been having that issue. Even last time, remember I had to sign in. I think it was a week before or something. I had to re-sign in. Yeah, hopefully keeps better, gets consistent. So kaha bujarate buja dora. Kaha bujarate. How? Kis tarah? Kaha? Bujarate. Bujarate is, yes, it's a riddle. Bujarate is also something you say, just dialogue, conversation, right? But yeah, more so towards a riddle. Buja is to guess. बुझेगा पंजाबी च आप लिखेंगे बुझेगा और बुझे. Dora is someone that's deaf. पंजाबी जब बोला कह देने हैं. लल्ले पैर बिंदी बोला. Instead of saying बोला बोला. कहाँ बुझा रहे थे बुझ जाए डोरा. कहाँ how बुझा रहे थे riddle बुझा रहे थे बुझ जाए guess बुझेगा डोरा deaf बोला. कहाँ किस तरह. Yeah, we'll do the next two lines together. कहाँ बुझा रहे थे बुझा डोरा. ने से कहिया तो समझा पोरा. ने से night रात. कहिए say. कहिए तो then और ता समझे understands और समझेगा पूरा day दिन. So ने से कहिए ने से night रात कहिए से कहिए तो then ता समझे understands पूरा day. ਪੂਜਨੀਕ ਪੂਰਨ ਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਅਮੋਲਕ ਪਰਮ ਮਨੋਹਰ ਅੰਮ੍ਰਿਤ ਬਚਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸ਼ਰਧਾ ਵਿਸ਼ਵਾਸ ਸਹਿਤ ਸੁਣਨ ਤੋਂ ਬਿਨਾ ਹੋਣੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਬੋਲਾ ਜੀਵ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਬ੍ਰਹਮ ਸਰੂਪ ਹਨ. ਇਸ ਬੁਝਾਰਤ ਨੂੰ ਕਿਸ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਬੁੱਝੇਗਾ. Right? So without shraddha, without vishwas, how can this deaf individual see Satguru Sahib Ji as a Sarup of Vaheguru Ji. Right? Guru Arjan Partakhe Hare. ਜੇ ਉਸ ਨੂੰ ਕਹੀਏ ਬ੍ਰਹਮ ਗਿਆਨ ਰੂਪੀ ਦਿਨ ਹੈ ਭਾਵ ਗੁਰੂ ਪ੍ਰੇਮਾ ਭਗਤੀ ਸਹਿਤ ਬ੍ਰਹਮ ਗਿਆਨ ਦੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਸੁਣਾਈਏ ਤਾਂ ਸਮਝੇਗਾ ਕਿ ਮਹਾ ਪਾਪਾਂ ਰੂਪੀ ਕਾਲੀ ਰਾਤ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੇ ਹਨ. ਭਾਵ ਸ਼ਰਧਾ ਵਿਸ਼ਵਾਸ ਰੂਪੀ ਕੰਨਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਬਿਨਾਂ ਹੋਣੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਪਰਮਾਰਥ ਗੁਰੂ ਜਸ ਉਪਦੇਸ਼ ਪੂਰਨ ਸ਼ਰਧਾ ਵਿਸ਼ਵਾਸ ਨਾਲ ਸੁਣ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਕੇਗਾ. ਇਸ ਲਈ ਰਾਮ ਹਮ ਸਤਿਗੁਰ ਪਾਰ ਬ੍ਰਹਮ ਕਰੇ ਮਾਨੇ ਅਨੁਸਾਰ ਸੱਚੇ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਸ੍ਰੀ ਗੁਰੂ ਗ੍ਰੰਥ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਪੂਰਨ ਪਾਰ ਬ੍ਰਹਮ ਸਰੂਪ ਸਮਝਣ ਰੂਪ ਬੁਝਾਰਤ ਨਹੀਂ ਬੁੱਝ ਸਕੇ. So deaf in this particular translation is not someone who literally cannot hear, right? We're talking about antarivats right now. So not being able to listen to Gurbani with faith and trust, shraddha and vishwas. Shraddha is having bharosa, having faith and walking the path. Vishwas is having that confidence in that faith. This is it. Like Shraddha has a little, Pole Pai Mile Raguraya has that innocence to it, that Shraddha. Vishwas has that dridhta to it, like Bhai Bachittar Singh Ji. When Guru Gobind Singh Ji said, someone get up and like, who's going to fight the elephant? Who's going to kill the elephant? Bhai Bachittar Singh had that Vishwas. He goes, Maharaj, if you wish, he goes, forget fighting elephants. I'll fight death if you wish. You know, I'll fight the jums if you wish. You know what I mean? If you want. So that Vishwas and Guru Sahib Ji, that if you want it, then anything can happen. Because the elephant's nothing, right? Because I'll hunt, like going with that faith that yes, I will kill this elephant, but it's because of you. It's because you want it to happen. You fill this body up with your might, and I will go kill the elephant. Not only I'll fight death if you want, right? So having that sort of vishwas, right? That's that faith, right? That's that trust in Maharaj. So I know faith and trust probably don't do justice to Shraddha and Vishwas, but that's what I'm trying to kind of say, right? So not being able to listen to Gurbani with faith and trust makes the individual deaf. So how can such an individual understand that Guru Sahib Ji is a form of Vaheguru Ji, right? So, and then some people might question that. Rama, Hama, Satgur Par Brahma Karimane. Hey, bhai, I've understood my Guru to be Vaheguru, right? Guru Arjuna Partakhe Hare Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Ji is Partak, the form of Vaheguru Ji, right? Many lines that state stuff like that, that Guru Sahib Ji took on a human form, Vaheguru Ji. Anata Kala Hoy Thakur Chadya, that took on, Vaheguru Ji came and took on the form of, took on human form of Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Ji. Speaking from that perspective, how can such an individual understand that Guru Sahib Ji is a form of Vaheguru Ji? If you speak of daylight, meaning loving devotional worship, meaning prema bhakti, the individual will think you're speaking of night, you're speaking of sin, right? Without the ears of faith and trust, he or she will not be able to listen to Gurbani with full faith and trust. Right? So without the ears of faith and trust, he or she will not be able to listen to Gurbani with that full sort of, with like how Bhai Bachittar Singh Ji would listen to it, right? How Bhai Bachittar Singh Ji would listen to Gurbani, how Bhai Bachittar Singh Ji would listen to the words of Guru Gobind Singh Ji and get up, right? So, kahan buja rate buja dora. How can this individual that's deaf, not because he's physically deaf, but he's deaf because he doesn't have faith and doesn't have, or she or he doesn't have faith and trust. If you talk about daylight, if you talk about Brahmagyan, if you talk about knowledge of Guru Sahib Ji, then he thinks you're talking about Nis, he thinks you're talking about night, he thinks you're talking about things that that individual just doesn't want to listen to. Thinks you're talking about sin, like get away, I don't want to, this is not for me, I don't want to listen to this. Without the ears of faith and trust, he or she will not be able to listen to Gurbani with full faith and trust. Kahan besan pada gavek gonga. Kahan. Once again, kahan, how? Giving. Besan pada. So besan, Vaheguru Ji, pad meaning shabad. Remember, asata padi, asata 8 padi, padi the shabads. So 8 sections of shabad, right? So besan pada, words of Vaheguru Ji. Or in Punjabi ji wale hange Vaheguru Ji the shabad. Yeah, my internet is just unstable. I think that's what it is. Hopefully you guys can hear me. So kaha besan pada gave gonga. Kaha how besan pada. Besan pada is the pada, the shabad of besan, Vaheguru Ji. Besan pada. Yeah. Besan pada. Like asata padi. The padi, the asata padi, the shabad of 8 sections. Astapadi. So besan pada. Pad meaning shabada. Besan meaning Vaheguru Ji. The words of Vaheguru Ji. The shabds of Vaheguru Ji. Gava means to sing. Gave. Gong, mute, or gunga. An individual that is mute. An individual that's a gunga, that cannot speak. Kaha besan pada gave gonga. Vava bar bar besan samare. Besan samare na avehare. So repeat bar bar meaning mord ke besan samare. Chant to remember besan. Besan samare na avehare. Samar besan. You won't lose. Bale bale je besan tana jaso gave. You sing this over and over. Bale bale balehare jaake je besan tana jaso gave, being a sacrifice to him. Visan mile sabhi sacho pave. You will obtain visan, and you will obtain all truth. Ansar visan de arth Vaheguru Ji han. So mute. Okay, is it offensive? Okay. So we should change that to what? Sukhi, what are you saying? Unable to speak? All right. So gonga. Unable to speak. All right. So besan de arth Vaheguru Ji han. Zaban to bina gunga. Va. Preet Rupi Rasna to bina gunga jeev. Sarvyapi Maha Vismad. Ant Kalavana Japa Ja Vaheguru Ji de jas de shabad. Pad. Kiਵੇਂ ਗਾਵੇ ਕਿਉਂ ਜੋ ਗੁੰਗਾ ਹੈ. So we'll change it here as well in the English translation. I'll put it here first and then we'll change it as it is. And then we'll rewrite it. So without a tongue. So without a tongue is just a literal sort of someone that's unable to speak. But the antarivarth of this is an individual who may be mute, who's unable to speak, is without a tongue of love. How can an individual that's unable to speak sing the shabds of Vaheguru Ji? So without a tongue of love, how can, let me just change this right now. So without a tongue of love, how can an individual unable to speak sing the shabds of Vaheguru Ji? Kaha besan pada gave gong. Without love, how can you sing about Vaheguru Ji? How can you sing Shabad? Jatan kare. Right? Jatan. Jatan kare taupi sorpang. Jatan means attempt or try. Yatan. Jatan ਨੂੰ ਆਪਾਂ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਯਤਨ ਹੀ ਰਹਿਣ ਦਵਾਂਗੇ ਕਰਾ does or kara leave kara as kara, right? Taupi, we'll bring taupi together in English and we'll write even then. Taupi. Pi Punjabi ਚ ਵੀ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਇਕੱਠਾ ਹੀ almost but like pi separate ਆਪਾਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਲਿਖ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਆ Sor. Sor is the sound that comes out of an individual, the sound of singing. Sor. Yatan. Can yatan mean to put effort in? Yeah, when you try, you would be putting effort in. So it's along those lines. Yeah, I would say so. Yatan, to try, for effort. Yatan, attempt. So yatan kara hai, taupis or pang. Pang means destroy or nas. All right. So, jekar gaun da yatan kara hai, ਤਾਂ ਵੀ ਗਾਉਣ ਦੀ ਸੁਰ ਨਾਸ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਭਾਵ ਚੀਕਾਂ ਹੀ ਮਾਰਦਾ ਹੈ ਭਾਵ ਪ੍ਰੀਤ ਰੂਪੀ ਰਸਨਾ ਤੋਂ ਬਿਨਾ ਗੁੰਗਾ ਜੀਵ ਭਾਵ ਪ੍ਰੀਤ ਰੂਪੀ ਰਸਨਾ ਤੋਂ ਬਿਨਾ ਗੁੰਗਾ ਜੀਵ ਆਪ ਜੀ ਦਾ ਜਸ ਗਾ ਕੇ ਆਪ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਪ੍ਰਸੰਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਸਕਦਾ So even if he or she tries to sing, his or her voice will not work. Right? Antariv of this is without the tongue of love, the individual who cannot speak, cannot sing your praises and make you happy. Jatan kare taupi sorpang. तो कहाँ बेसन पद गावे गोंग जतन करे तौपी sorpang. So the key out of all this is love. Mara da jas gauna सहज बिलोभ हो जैसे ताता ना जाई हर का बिलोभ ना बिलोभ हो मेरे भाई doing it with ease, doing it with intention, doing it with focus, doing it with love, and growing towards it. Everything on a spectrum, right? All these are gifts. So without love, without the tongue of love, the individual cannot sing. This is what it means pretty much. This is what Bhagavad is trying to get to. Without the tongue of love, the individual cannot sing your praises and make you happy without love. Saveye, right? Jena premo piyo. Those who loved Jena premo piyo, then he Prabhupada, they obtained Vaheguru. It's through love. So jatan kara hai, taupis or pang. All right, let's move on. Kaha pingwal parbat par pavan. Kaha or kaha 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 kaha. How? Kiਵੇਂ Pingwala, an individual without feet. ਪੈਰਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਬਿਨਾ ਪਿੰਗਲਾ ਜੀ. ਪਰਬਤ, mountain, ਪਹਾੜ. ਪਰ, upon, ਉੱਪਰ. Pavan, pavan means to roam around. Pavan also means a house. Right? So to roam around upon the Parvata, the mountain, a pingala without feet, kaha, how, or pavan, yes, to roam around, or pavan, make a house up there. Vicharna, ਘਰ ਬਣਾਵੇਗਾ. ਦੋਨੇ अर्थ ਲਿਖਾਂਗੇ. So kaha pingwal parbat par pavan. Right? So kaha, how, kiਵੇਂ, pingwal, someone that doesn't have feet, ਪੈਰਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਬਿਨਾਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਜੀਵ ਆ, parbat, par. So upon a parbat, upon a mountain, parbat par, pavan, roam around, walk around, or make a pavan, make a house. Karan. We'll do the next two lines together as well. Nahi ho tu house o governor. Nahi, no. Not. Nahi. Hot. Hot is what will be, or hunda, what is. Be, and then Punjabi ਆਪਾਂ ਲਿਖਾਂਗੇ ਹੋਤ ਨੂੰ ਹੁੰਦਾ. Uha. Uha means ਉੱਥੇ, there. Also. So this is in reference to that individual, the one that doesn't have feet. Also. Govern. Govern means going, or jana, or to go. All right. So kaha pingwala parbat par pavan. right? How Pingola, Parvat Parpavan, roam around Parvat. Nahi ho tuha. Uhan there, nahi ho, cannot be. Also govern, going there. So Pingola, पैरां तो बिना पिंगला जीव पर्वत पहाड़ ऊपर किवें घर बनावेगा विचरना करेगा क्यों जो ਉਸ ਦਾ ਉੱਥੇ ਜਾਣਾ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਭਾਵ ਪਿੰਗਲਾ ਹੋਣ ਕਾਰਨ ਇੱਕ ਕਦਮ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਤੁਰ ਸਕਦਾ ਸੈਕੰਡਰੀ ਭੈ ਕੇ ਚਰਨ ਕਰ ਭਾਵ ਕੇ ਲੋਇਣ ਸੁਰ ਤੇ ਕਰੇ so here ਭੈ ਕੇ ਚਰਨ make the feet of fear make the hands of pavana kar right we just did kar right so pੈ ke charan the feet of fear kar pav ke the hands of pavana loin sorte kare the eyes the loin of your concentration ਅਨੁਸਾਰ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਡਰ ਰੂਪੀ ਪੈਰਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਬਿਨਾ without the fear of ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਪਿੰਗੁਲਾ ਜੀਵ जो तुम गिरवर तो हम मोरा तू मेरो मेरो पर्वत स्वामी ओट गही मैं तेरी अनुसार ब्रह्म रूपी पर्वत ऊपर किवें निर्गुण ब्रह्म जी च लीनता रूपी घर बनावेगा so literal अर्थ if we're going to do how can an individual without feet walk up a mountain or make a house upon a mountain? He or she cannot walk up there. Literal अर्थ है ना? Now, the antariv अर्थ without the fear of Vaheguru Ji. So these are the feet that we're talking about. We're talking about fear, right? Without the fear of Vaheguru Ji. How can an individual go upon the mountain? Go to Vaheguru Ji, meaning, right? So this mountain we're talking about is Vaheguru Ji. And make a house, make a pavan, merging with Vaheguru Ji is the house. So becoming one with Vaheguru Ji, that fourth stage of marriage, becoming lean in that Brahm, in that Nirguna Prakash, in that light form of Vaheguru Ji, merging with that is the making of the house. So without the fear of Vaheguru Ji, and fear here is not that sort of fear where you're afraid of the world or your heart shakes or you get butterflies, not like that. But fear as in Vaheguru Ji is always with me, Vaheguru Ji is watching. So walking the right path, not diverging off the path. That's the fear here. So without the fear of Vaheguru Ji, hopefully you guys can hear me, like internet connection is unstable again. But without the fear of Vaheguru Ji, how can an individual go upon the mountain and make a house there? Meaning, how can an individual, without that fear that Vaheguru Ji is around me, not straying off the path, but keep walking that Gurmat path? How can, without that, how can an individual, without that fear of walking on the path, just consistently walking on the path, how can an individual meet Vaheguru Ji and merge with Vaheguru Ji? right? So the fear is the feet. Tu mero parvato. Vaheguru, you are my mountain, Swami, right? You tu mero parvato Swami. Ot gahi main teri, I've come to your sanctuary, right? You are my mountain, I've come to your sanctuary. So the mountain is Vaheguru, and becoming one with Vaheguru is making that house. All right. Kartar, karuna main, deen benati karai, kartar, sat kartar. Guru Nanak Dev Sahib used to say that, right? Sat kartar. Kartar means creator. Hopefully you guys can hear me. Kartar, Vaheguru Ji. Karuna main, daya de. So karuna means daya. Main means sarup, the form. Right? So the form, the sarup of daya, daya de sarup, the form of mercy. Karuna main. Dayalu. Dino. Deen means humble. ਭਗਤ ਜੀ ਲਿਖਦੇ ਆ ਗਰੀਬ ਨਿਮਾਣਾ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਬੇਨਤੀ means ਬੇਨਤੀ ਬੇਨਤੀ means request ਕਰਾ means is doing or ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈ alright ਕਰਤਾਰ ਕਰੁਣਾ ਮੈਂ ਦੀਨੋ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਕਰੈ So Kartar, Vaheguru Ji, Karuna man, the form of mercy, Dino humble beinti kara. Pragato Sagal Hare Pavaram Mahe, Jano Nanako Gurpar Brahm Satguru, Nanak Dev Mahalla Panjvanji, And Gonga Pingol Matehina, Prabharakho Rakhanahara. So here, like look at this. Everything pretty much we spoke about. So, and, gong, pingol, matehina, pravarakho rakhana. Hare Maharaj, please keep on, please save them. Anusar, ande bole gunge pingle jeevnu taran lay, sanamokh mahavismad prem benti karde han. So they're doing benti to Vaheguru Ji. Panjapashi doing benti to save these individuals, to save these ande bole gunge pingule individuals. Hey Karanam hai, tum dayal kripa nede pate pavan go sain dayal kripal swarup Vaheguru Ji. So all that to say Vaheguru Ji, just a very beautiful way of saying Vaheguru Ji, right? So hey Vaheguru Ji, Dasan Das Garib Nimana Prem Benti Karta hai. Hey Maharaj, I'm doing Benti to you. So to help the blind, help individuals who are deaf, individuals who cannot speak, individuals who cannot walk, Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Ji is humbly doing ardas to the merciful Creator, Vaheguru Ji. Panjve Paatshah is doing beinti to Vaheguru Ji. Deen dard dukh panjana, kaate kaate nath anath, sarane tumari ayo, nanak ke prabh saath. So to help individuals who are blind, individuals who are deaf, individuals who cannot speak, individuals who cannot walk, Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji is humbly doing ardas to Vaheguru Ji. नानक तुमरी कृपा तरै श्री गुरु अर्जन देव साहब महाराज जी पंजवें पातशाह जी महला पंजवा जी तुमरी your आप जी दी तुमरी what are we talking about? Kirpa, your kirpa, your grace. Tara, swim. Tara. नानक तुमरी कृपा तरै संग सहाय सो आवे ना चीते जो बैराई दास हो प्रीते वैराग विवेक नेत्रा तो रहत अंधा. All right. So who's the anda Maharaj is talking about? The one who doesn't have vairag, the one that doesn't have the eyes of vairag, the one that doesn't have the eyes of babek. Sharda Vishwash Rupi Kanna to bina bola. Preet Rupi Rasna to bina gunga. आप जी दे डर धारण रूपी चरना तो बिना पिंगला महापापी जीव अवगणा महापापा विकारां रूपी जल सहित संसार रूपी समुद्र तो आप जी दी कृपा नाल ही तर सकता है. हम डोलत बेड़ी पाप भरी है पवनों लगा मतो जाई सन्मुख सिद्ध भेटन को आए निहचो देह वड़ियाई गुर तारे तारण हारिया देह भगते पूर्ण अविनाशी हो तुझको भले हारिया. So English, not having the ability to decipher truth. I'm going to say Vairag. Bhagavad writes Vairag here. I just don't know how to write it in English. I'm just going to leave it as Vairag. So the people that don't have Vivek and Vairag, that's blind. That's who Maharaj is talking about. Those individuals are blind, right? So not having the ability to decipher truth, which is Vivek and Vairag, what we kind of spoke about, we kind of touched upon. Those individuals, that's who the blind are. Without faith and trust, that's who the deaf are. Without the tongue of love, right? Not being able to speak. Without fear, not being able to walk. This individual full of sin can only swim across this world ocean through your grace. Panjve Paatshah talking to Vaheguru Ji or Panjve Paatshah talking to Chauthe Paatshah. Hey Maharaj, please bless these individuals, Maharaj Ji. It's only if you hold their hand, if you hold their man, can they walk across. It's only if you give them a Vivek and Vairag. It's only if you give them Sharda and Vishwash. It's only if you give them Prem. It's only if you give them Nirmal Po, right? that these like pure fear, that these individuals are able to swim across this world ocean. ਚਾਹੋ ਸੱਜਣ ਮੈਂਡਿਆਂ ਲਈ ਸਿਓ ਤਾਰੇ ਨੈਣ ਮਹਿੰਜੇ ਤਰਸਦੇ ਕਦੇ ਪੱਸੀ ਦੀਦਾਰ ਕਰਤਾ ਪੁਰਖ ਨਿਰਭਉ ਨਿਰਵੈਰ ਅਕਾਲ ਮੂਰਤਿ ਅਜੂਨੀ ਸਹਿਬ ਗੁਰ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਨਾਨਕ ਤੁਮਰੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਤੈ ਗੁਰ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦ ਜਪੁ ਆਦਿ ਸੱਚ ਜੁਗਾਦਿ ਸੱਚੋ ਹੈ ਪੀ ਸੱਚੋ ਨਾਨਕ ਹੋਸੀ ਪੀ ਸੱਚੋ ਕਰਤਾਰ ਕਰੁਣਾ ਮੈਂ ਦੀਨ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਕਰੈ beautiful man नहीं हो तू हाउ सो गवन कहा पिंगल पर्वत पर पवन yeah so निर्मल fear you're gonna go off the path जतन करे तो पी सर भंग नीला कहा बेसन पद गावे गोंग जिसे कहिए तो समझे पूरा without श्रद्धा without विश्वास talk about Brahm Gyan is going 1 year ago कहाँ बुझा रहे थे बुझा डोरा कर गहे ले हो ओढ़ ने बहावा hey Maharaj only if you hold this individual's man rupi hath can this individual reach you आप नहीं ਹੁੰਦਾ इतना कुछ सुने हे वाहिगुरु जी दे कान सुनो अरदास जी प्लीज लिसन टू माय बेनती अंधा कैसे मार्गो पावे this blinded individual by vikas and ego with that doesn't have the vivek buddhi that doesn't have vairag how can this individual find prema bhakti सुने अंधा कैसे मार्गो पावे all right guys that was the session for today any you want to say anything we have about 12 minutes before we end feel free to speak add stop the recording as well so jap ਆਦਿ ਸੱਚੋ ਜੁਗਾਦਿ ਸੱਚੋ ਹੈ ਭੀ ਸੱਚੋ ਨਾਨਕ ਹੋਸੀ ਭੀ ਸੱਚੋ ਇੱਕ ਓੰਕਾਰ ਸਤਿਨਾਮ ਕਰਤਾ ਪੁਰਖ ਨਿਰਭਉ ਨਿਰਵੈਰ ਅਕਾਲ ਮੂਰਤਿ ਅਜੂਨੀ ਸੈਭੰ ਗੁਰ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦਿ ਜਪੁ ਆਦਿ ਸੱਚੋ ਜੁਗਾਦਿ ਸੱਚੋ ਹੈ ਭੀ ਸੱਚੋ ਨਾਨਕ ਹੋਸੀ ਭੀ ਸੱਚੋ ਇੱਕ ਓੰਕਾਰ ਸਤਿਨਾਮ ਕਰਤਾ ਪੁਰਖ ਨਿਰਭਉ ਨਿਰਵੈਰ ਅਕਾਲ ਮੂਰਤਿ ਅਜੂਨੀ ਸੈਭੰ ਗੁਰ ਪ੍ਰਸਾਦਿ ਜਪੁ ਆਦਿ ਸੱਚੋ ਜੁਗਾਦਿ ਸੱਚੋ ਹੈ ਭੀ ਸੱਚੋ ਨਾਨਕ ਹੋਸੀ ਭੀ ਸੱਚੋ ਸਲੋਕੋ ਨਿਰਗੁਣੀਆਰ ਆਨਿਆ ਸੋ ਪ੍ਰਭੁ ਸਦਾ ਸਮਾਲੇ ਜਿਨ ਕੀਆ ਤੇ ਸੋਚੀ ਤੇ ਰਾਖੋ ਨਾਨਕ ਨਿਭੀ ਨਾਲ ਅਸਟਪਦੀ रमैया के गुण चेत परानी कवन मूल ते कवन दृसटानी जिन तू साज सवार सी गारिया गर्भ अगन मह जिन है उबारिया भार बेबस था तो जह प्यारा दूध, भारे जोवन भोजन सुख सूद। बिरद पया ऊपर साक सैन, मुख प्याओ बैठ कौ दैन। एहो निर्गुण गुण कछु न बूझै, बख से ले हो तो नानक सीजै। यह प्रसाद धर ऊपर सुख बस है, सुत प्रात मीत बान्यता संग हस है। यह प्रसाद पीवे शीतल जला, सुखदाई पवनो पावको अमूल्ला। यह प्रसाद भोग है सब रसा, सगल समग्री संग साथ बसा। दीने हासत पाव कारण नेत्र रसना, तिस है त्याग और संग रचना। ऐसे दोख मूढ़ व्यापे, नानक काढ़ ले हो प्रभ आपे। आदि अंत जो राखन हारो, तास तिस स्यों प्रीत न कर गवारो। जाकी सेवा नव निधि पावै, तास्यो मूढ़ा मनो नहीं लावै। जो ठाकुर सद सदा हजूरे, ताको अंधा जानत दूरे। जाकी टहल पावै दरगह मानो, तिस हे बिसारै मुगधो अजानो। सदा सदा भूलन हारो, नानक राखन हारो अपारो। रतन त्याग कौडी संग रचै, साचो छोड़ झूठ संग मचै। जो छडना सो अस थेरो कर मानै, जो होवन सो दूर परानै। छोड़ जाए तिसका श्रम करै, संग सहाय तिस पर हरै। चंदन लेप उतारै धोए, गर्दब प्रीत भस्म संग होए। अंधकूप मह पातित विकराल, नानक काढ़ ले हो प्रभ दयाल। करतूत पशु की मानस जाते, लोक पचारा कर दिनो रात। बाहर पेख अंतरे मालूम माया, छप से ना है काछो कर छपाया। बाहर ज्ञान ध्यान स्नान, अंतर व्याप लोभ सुआनो। अंतर अग्नि बाहर तन स्वाह, गाले पाथर कैसे कैसे तरह अथाह। जाके अंतर बसै प्रभु आपे, नानक ते जन सहज समाते। सुने अंधा कैसे मार्ग पावे, सोने विश्राम। सोने अंधा कैसे मार्ग पावे, कारो गे ले हो सोने। सोने was towards Guru Sahib Ji. Guru Sahib Ji doing beinti towards Vaheguru Ji. So सोने अंधा कैसे मार्ग को पावे। So hey Vaheguru Ji, please listen. सोने अंधा कैसे मार्ग को पावे, कारो गह ले हो ओढ़ ने बहावे। कहा बुझारे ते बूझे डोरा, निसे कहिया तो समझे पोरा। कहा बेसन पद गावे गुंग, जतन करे तो पी सुर भंग। कहा पिंगुल पर्वत पर पवन, नहीं होत ऊहा ओ सो गवन। करतार करुणा में दीनो बेनती करे, नानक तुमरी कृपा तरै। And today's संग सहाई सो आवे न चीते, जो बैराई तास्यो प्रीते। बलुआ के ग्रह भीतरे वसै, बसै अनद कील माया रंगे रसै। दृढ़ो कर मन मन है प्रतीत, कालो न आवे मूढ़े चीते। बैर विरोध काम क्रोध मोह, झूठ बेकार महालोभ द्रोह। ए आहू जोगते बेहने कई जन्म, नानक राखे ले हो आपन कार्य करम। वाहे गुरु वाहे गुरु वाहे गुरु। तुन मह ध्यान ध्यान मह जानिया। Put your concentration in the tun, and from the tun ध्यान मह जानिया, and from there From that concentration, realization happens. So it's a collaboration of Shabad and the concentration. This is where the Shabad and the concentration meet and where they stay present with each other. It's where Shabad takes care of the concentration eventually. It starts doing its own job. The man becomes aware of the job, which is the second round of marriage, a japa job. Becomes aware of it, and it gets attuned to that frequency and the vibration, and it stays there. And then Virag and then Malab. But primary focus, the man's are gonna run because it's been doing that for many lifetimes. That's what it does. It runs. Yahu Jogate Bihane Kei Janam, which we'll go through today. But once again, Panjve Pasha ji, Anakara Khele, Wapan Kare Karam, do your karam, do your kirpa, do your mer Marajinu Nadrakalavo. Once again, Panjve Pasha, you're doing ardas to Vaheguruji, please save these individuals. Please save these people that are attached in Maya, that are lost in Maya. Maya in the sense when the mind runs away from the Shabad. Where the Indre, these Gyan Indre that we have, the ahis, the ears, the sexual organs, the nose, the skin, where they run externally. And where Guru Sahib talks about Moondaliya Darwaje Baji Ali Anhadabaje, once again talking about the second round of marriage, when the doors get closed off and then the japa japa sounds. And that's going internal. And that's staying present with Shabda. And you build on it. It's a building block. Maybe a second here, maybe 5 seconds here, maybe a minute here, and then maybe 30 seconds. And then maybe you go back to 2 seconds, and then maybe you go up to 3 minutes. It's not a straight path, right? This path is not a straight path. It depends on what's happening in our lives. Depends on what we're going through currently. And this is not just this time around, right? Yahu Jogate Bihane Kei Janama. Been multiple lives. We've been at this battle, right? Multiple lives. We've been going through things. But Mara Kirpa, Maharaj is giving us Sukhmani Sahib. Maharaj is letting us understand Sukhmani Sahib. Maharaj is giving us the opportunity to grasp it. Maharaj is grasping it for us. Who are we to grasp it anyways? But Maharaj is giving us the gift of Sukhmani Sahib. And through some of this knowledge, slowly, banda degda taun lap painda, hana. You fall, eventually you start walking, right? And Sangat is a huge support there. Yahu Jogate Bihane Kei Janam. In multiple lifetimes. But the opportunity to connect the concentration with Shabada in this human form, whatever they call your bodies, whatever you're sitting in right now, in these bodies, we have the opportunity to connect our concentration to Shabada. Sikhi 101, foundation of Sabda Surat ki Neev Rakhai, the foundation of Shabda and Surat was laid. Gurbani ji, right? Gurbani, concentration, keep them connected, keeping them connected. The path towards spirituality, Santakam Marga Taram ki Pori, the path of santness, the path of a sant. That's the path. Shabad and concentration, and keeping them intact. So let's do a little bit of abhyasa. I'll say Vaheguru. You guys, depending on where you're sitting today, how you're feeling today, either repeat it with your tongue. If you say it with your tongue, you say it externally, it's easier for the mind to grasp it. If your mind is a little bit more focused, attentive today, you can do it internally and listen to that internal Vaheguru when you say that, wherever you may be sitting. And if the man is chanchal, which it is, and it runs out, even realizing that the man has gone away and gone into a thought, Mara Kirpa, that's beautiful as well, that realization that the man has gone external. Bringing it back with love, no hate, bring it back with love, because that's what is done for multiple lifetimes, and that's what it's trained to do. And now we're trying to teach it to do something else. Bring it back and put it back in Vahikar mantra that Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Ji gave us. So here we go. Vaheguru. 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 You guys could just stay here for a moment. You guys are listening to Shavada, but it's not you listening. You guys may be repeating Vaheguru Mantra. My question is, who's really repeating it? If no one exists but the one, and it's an illusion of the ego. It's a parda of the ego. Tana chute mana kahan samay. When the body goes, in the sense that your body is gone right now, and your man is just present, where does the man go? Vaheguru. Vaheguru. Ape japai japai so now. ਅਕਾਲ ਪੁਰਖ ਆਪ ਜਪਾਉਂਦੇ ਤਾਈਓ ਨਾਮ ਜਪਦਾ ਆਪੇ ਗਾਵਾਏ ਸੋ ਹਰੇ ਗੁਣ ਗਾਓ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ makes this individual sing, then the individual sings. Jor na surti gyan vichar. There is no power in the individual that he can do vichar or have knowledge. It's a gift. And Akal Purkh plays its game. And Baba Kanhaiya Ji is giving water out. He doesn't see anyone but the one. That is Brahma Gyan. We're talking theory, I get it. But that's practical. He lived it. He breathed it. The malap already had happened. Inside, outside, Baba Kanhaiya Ji was lost in Prakash. Hence, no hatred. Love for everything because everything is the one. Yahu jogate behane kei janam nanak rakhe le ho apana kare karam mara kirpa karo rakh lavo. And then the 8th body in this Astpadi, which we'll get to mara kirpa next week, hopefully. Tum Thakur, tum pahe ardas. And so we do this in Ardasana. So we'll go through that as well. Going through last week, Sune anda kaise mar ko paave. Sune, hey Vaheguru Ji, please listen. Dekan suno ardas ji. Oh, please give me your ear, listen to my ardas, listen to my benti. Blinded by vikar, blinded by sin, blinded by this ego, the one that can't let us zone in and focus. Without the ability to decipher truth, without vairag, without vivek, how can this individual find the path of prema bhakti, the path of loving devotion, the path which leads to Brahma Gyan? Only if you hold this individual's if you hold this individual's hand, it means hold this individual's mind, then he or she nibhava can reach the destination. Aap nahi kar sakda ji. Je kabe, but without anything I can do it on my own. Without a guru, I can do it on my own. This is why you have a guru. This is why we have gurus. Without a guru bin mukte na hoi. There's no mukti without a guru. You need a guru. The guru shows you a path. Kaha bujare te bujya dora. Nise kahiya to samjhe pora. So, literally, yes, death. Dora. Kaha bujare te bujya dora. But in this artha, not being able to listen to Gurbani with faith and trust, with prosa, oh banda deaf hai. How can such an individual understand that Kale Jogo Jo Ha Jo Arjana Guru Sagal Sadeshte Lage Betar Ho They anatakala hoy Thakur Chadya with countless Shakti. Thakur came in a human form, in the form of Guru Nanak Dev Ji. How can this individual understand that Guru Sahib Ji is the Sarguna Sarup of that Nirguna Prakash? Kaha Vishnupada Gave Gong. How can this individual sing the shouts of Vaheguru Ji without love? Jain Paya Prem Nal Paya. Without love, gal nahi bani. Jatan kare topi surpang. The individual tries, but without love, it's not possible. You need love. And love is a gift as well. Maharaji gives as you keep walking on the journey, keep walking on the path. Kaha pingul parvat par pavan. Someone that's pingled, an individual that can't walk without feet, how can that individual climb a mountain? Nahi ho tu ho sab gavan. So the feet here being the Nirmal power of Vaheguru. The Vaheguru Ji is always watching me. Vaheguru Ji is always with me. Being absorbed in that mindset. Walking towards the mountain, walking towards Vaheguru Ji, making a house on top of the mountain. The Pavan. Roaming around or making a house upon there, meaning merging with that Prakash, merging with that Vaheguru Ji. Kartar Karuna mein, in the form of mercy, Karuna mein, Karuna cha aake, Deen benti kara, mara thode age benti ya, to help this individual who's blind, who's deaf, who cannot speak, cannot walk. Hey Guru Arjan Sahib Maharaj is doing a ardas to Vaheguru Ji. Nanak tumri kirpa tare Maharaj Ji, ਇਹ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਇਹ ਤਰ ਸਕਦਾ ਹੈ. Can only with your kirpa can this individual swim across this world ocean. ਆਪ ਨਹੀਂ ਇਹ ਕਰ ਸਕਦਾ. Sange sahai so ave na chite. All right, let's get writing. Sange. With. Sange ਦਾ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਚ ਆਪਾਂ ਸੰਗੀ ਅਰਥ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ. ਸਹਾਈ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਸਹਾਈ ਲਿਖਾਂਗੇ, support in English. Sange sahai. So oho, or them. Ave, come, onde. Na, no, or nahi. Chite, remember, chit is a part of the mind, one of the four parts of the mind. We can say memory, we can say mind. Jitte banda chete karda kise nu. Chite. So sange sahai, with support, sange sahai. So avena chite oho. Them ave come na nahi chite in the mind. Chit de vich. I'll write it in English first. So that Vaheguru Ji that is always supportive and with the individual does not come to mind. ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸੰਗ ਸਹਾਈ ਆ ਉਹ ਚੀਤ ਚ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦੇ. So that Vaheguru Ji that is always supportive, that is sahai and sangye and with the individual does not come to mind. हरे जोग जोग भगत पाया पैज रखता या राम राजे हरण आखा सो 200 टो हरे मारिया प्रहलाद उतराया भगता दी सदा तू रखदा हरे जियो धोरे तू रखदा आया सरगुण अवतार धार के जो वाहिगुरु जी इस संग सहाई हुंदे हन. So Bhagavad Gita divides this up into two forms. One, Guru Sahib Ji that taken Sargun Avatar, physical form, and has been Sangha Sahai. So Guru Granth Sahib Ji, we can say the time of Guru Gobind Singh Ji, the sects that stayed with Maharaj, the sects that got to see Maharaj. So Sangha Sahai. Right now we get to see Guru Granth Sahib Ji from that perspective. And second sort of breakdown he does. Savani thai rave ape ate jugade jaka vad pratap anusar sarv kala prabhur vabitha jananhan anat kalavan prakash sahit is the andar baar prakash hoke is the sange sahai ho rahe han. Meaning bhav is the netran ch vas ke, meaning that Vaheguru Ji that's inside and outside in that prakash form is sang and sahai always with the individual. Bhav is the netran ch vas ke, within its eyes, looks through the eyes. Kanna ch vas ke sona rahe han. Resides, that Vaheguru Ji resides in the ears and listens. Rasna te vas ke ras leh rahe han te bol rahe han. That Vaheguru Ji resides on the tongue and speaks and enjoys it, enjoys taste. Isnu jind jaan baksha rahe han. That Vaheguru Ji that gives this individual jind and jaan, breath, swas. ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਜੋਤ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਉਂਦਾ ਹੈ, with whose light this individual lives. ਜੋਤ ਖਿੱਚ ਲੈਣ ਤਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਅੱਖਰ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਬੋਲ ਸਕਦਾ. ਇਸ ਨੂੰ ਆਪਣੇ ਚ ਲੀਨ ਕਰਕੇ ਅੱਠੇ ਪਹਿਰ ਜਪਾ ਜਾ ਬ੍ਰਹਮਾਨੰਦ ਰਸ ਬਖਸ਼ ਕੇ ਅਮਰ ਪਦ ਵੀ ਬਖਸ਼ਦੇ ਹਨ. So what Vaheguru Ji does is merges this individual with itself by giving it a japa jap 24/7, by giving it Brahmananda Ras, that physical Nam Ras that's inside all of us. Amar Padavi Bakshke, so the status of being Amar without death, never dying again. Aise sarvyapi viswadhan kalavana japa ja Vaheguru Ji jo sange sahai. And that Vaheguru Ji, that is with this individual, the one that gives this blessing. Oh, sada sada hai pulunhar o karat gan jeev de cheta ch nahi aunde, pavis de chete nahi aunde. That Vaheguru Ji does not come to the mind of this individual. So that Vaheguru Ji that is always supportive and with the individual does not come to mind. So once again, breaking down into the Sargun form and then taken to the Nirgun form and then spoken about the one that gives that Brahmananda Japa Jap, Brahmananda Ras, that Nam Ras, and that Ajapa Jap, and merges the individual back with itself, talking about Vaheguru Ji in that form. Jo berai tasyo prite. Jo, jede, or jo, siddha ਆਪਾਂ ਜੋ ਵੀ ਲੈ ਸਕਦੇ ਹਾਂ, or that which, or that whom. Berai, berai, very, enemy. Ta, tinna, or that person, that thing. We're talking about something. Ta, tinna. Seo means with. Naal. Preet means love. Preet ਨੂੰ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਚ ਪ੍ਰੀਤ ਹੀ ਕਵਾਂਗੇ. So jo bairai tasyo preet. Sange sahai. So avena cheet, the Vahiguruji that is with this individual, o chete nahi aunde. Ba jo bairai tasyo preet. ਅੱਖਾਂ ਪਰਾਇਆ ਰੂਪ ਦੇਖਣ ਵੱਲ ਭੱਜਦੀਆਂ ਹਨ, ਕੰਨ ਵਿਸ਼ੇ ਵਿਕਾਰ ਗਾਣਿਆਂ ਤੇ ਮੋਹਿਤ ਹੋ ਰਹੇ ਹਨ, ਚਮੜੀ ਸਪਰਸ਼ ਚ ਲੱਗੀ ਰਹਿੰਦੀ ਹੈ, ਨਾਸਾਂ ਵਿਸ਼ਿਆਂ ਚ ਦੁਰਗੰਧੀ ਤੇ ਮਰ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਹਨ, ਪੈਰ ਕੁਸੰਗ ਵੱਲ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਹਨ, ਹੱਥ ਚੋਰੀ ਕਤਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਨ, ਸਰੀਰ ਬੇਵਿਚਾਰ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਜੋ ਇੰਦਰੀ ਸਰੀਰ ਸਵਾਦ ਵਿਕਾਰ ਔਗਣ ਘੋਰ ਪਾਪ ਇਸ ਦੇ ਵੈਰੀ ਹਨ, ਤਿੰਨਾਂ ਨਾਲ ਪ੍ਰੀਤ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈ, ਭਾਵੇਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਲਈ ਪਲ ਚ ਕੇ ਮਰ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ। ਪਲ ਚ ਸਗਲੀ ਮੂਈ ਝੂਠੈ ਧੰਦਾ ਮੋਹ, ਇੱਕ ਸੋ ਹਰ ਕੇ ਨਾਮ ਬੇਨੋ ਅੱਗੇ ਲਈਏ ਹੈ ਖੋਹ। So in English, he or she loves his or her enemies. Right? So jo bairai, the enemies, tasyo preete is in love with them. What are the enemies that we're talking about here? The sensation-seeking organs, the eyes looking at the beauty of others. Eyes looking at Bani is a friend. Eyes looking at the beauty of others in a lustful way is an enemy. Ears listening to songs of Vikar. Skin lost in touch, nose lost in various smells, feet going the opposite of Sangat, hands lost in stealing or killing, body lost in sexual pleasures. Moon de liye darwaje. Close off the doors, baji liyan hadabaje. You start moving towards that second round of marriage, japaja. Very important what we do with our indri, where we place them, how we utilize them. What type of sangat we give them. Jo bairai tasyo preet. Sange sahai so avena cheete. But the one that's been with us. So avena cheete. Jo bairai tasyo preet. He or she, this individual, loves his or her enemies. Jo bairai tasyo preet. And what does this mean to you? What are your enemies right now? How are you battling your enemies? It's a great opportunity to write. All right, let's move on. बलुआ के ग्रेहा भीतर बस है बलुआ मिट्टी और रेता सैंड बलुआ सैंड रेता पंजाबी च आपां रेत लिख देवांगे के आव के नूं आपां पंजाबी च की लिखांगे और दे भी कह सकते हैं ग्रेहा you guys know what ग्रेहा means house घर भीतरे भीतरे means अंदर inside ਵਿੱਚ बसा means to reside so बलुआ के ग्रेहा भीतरे बसा बलुआ sand के ग्रह house भीतरे बसा reside inside पंजाबी वाहिगुरु जी ਨੂੰ ਭੁੱਲਿਆ ਕਿਰਤ ਘਣ ਜੀਵ ਪੰਜ ਤਤ ਰਚਿਤ ਰੇਤ ਦੇ ਘਰ ਭਾਵ ਸਰੀਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵਸਦਾ ਹੈ ਜਲ ਕੀ ਭੀ ਤੇ so the ਭੀ ਤੇ the wall of water ਜਲ ਕੀ ਭੀ ਤੇ it means what wall ਜਲ ਕੀ ਭੀ ਤੇ ਪਵਨ ਕਾ ਥੰਮਾ the pillars of air Rakat bund ka gara. So sperm and egg, the mitti of sperm and egg, hard mass, bones, mass, skin, nadi, veins, kopinjaro. In the skeleton of all this, pankhi basa bichara. This vichara bird lives in this house. So he or she, English, he or she lives in a house made of sand. So he or she lives in a house made of sand. So this jeev that's made up of 5 elements lives in the house made up of sand. Jal ki pite, water, air, Rakatabind ka gara, in the gara of Raktabind, sperm and egg, hard mass, nadi ko pinjaro, and the pinjar is held up with bones, skin, and veins. Pankhi vasa vachara, prani kya mera kya tera, jaise tarvar pankh vasera. A individual, what's mine, what's yours, we're here like birds, we're gonna fly away. जैसे तरवार पंख बसेरा पंखी जेड़े तरवार ते as they reside, fly away. So she lives in a house made up of sand. बलुआ के ग्रह भीतरे बसा आनंद केल Anand. Anand means Anand or bliss. Anand ਨੂੰ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਚ ਆਪਾਂ ਸਿੱਧਾ ਆਨੰਦ ਹੀ ਕਹਿ ਦੇਵਾਂਗੇ. You can write Anand if you want. Kale. Kale means to play. keel karende, you know what chinte baaj hai. Something like that. Karida. Punjabi ਚ ਆਪਾਂ ਲਿਖਾਂਗੇ ਕਰੀੜਾ, play. Maya, translate Maya as illusion. Punjabi ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮਾਇਆ ਨੂੰ ਆਪਾਂ ਮਾਇਆ ਹੀ ਕਵਾਂਗੇ. कहे कबीर जैसो उदर होते सो माया तब छूटे जब साधु पाया. Whoever has a stomach has a maya. It releases once you obtain sadhu, once you obtain your Puran Guru Granth Sahib. Then maya goes away. Range. Rang means color. Rang means love. Punjabi ਚ ਆਪਾਂ ਪ੍ਰੇਮ ਲਿਖਾਂਗੇ. Anad keel maya rang rasa rasa reha. Punjabi ਚ ras, taste the nectar of rasda. ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਰਸ ਦਾ ਜੀਵ enjoys these tastes of maya. Rasa. It doesn't have to be like literally with your tongue. It can be. Ras nu manada. It can be pleasures as well. So taste the nectar of rasa. Rasa lereya. Rasa reha. Right? So anad, keel, anad bliss, keel play, maya, rang is rang, you guys understand? Rasa, ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ rasa reha, racha reha, rasa reha, enjoys the pleasure of. So I'll do it in English first. So he or she loves the blissful play of maya, enjoys its tastes, its pleasures. So he or she loves the blissful play of maya, enjoys its tastes, enjoys its pleasures. ਰੇਤੇ ਦੇ ਘਰ ਸਰੀਰ ਚ ਵਸਣ ਵਾਲਾ ਜੀਵ ਕੌਤਕ ਕੋੜ ਤਮਾਸਿਆ ਚੇਤੇ ਨਾ ਆਵ ਸੁਨਾਓ. ਨਾਨਕ ਕੋੜੀ ਨਰਕ ਬਰਾਬਰੇ ਉਜੜੋ ਸੋਈ ਥਾਓ. राज लीला राजन की रचना करया हुक्मो फारा. सेज सोहनी चंदन चोआ नारक घोर का द्वारा. अनेक भोग बिख्या के करे नह तेरे बतावे. खापे खापे मरै बिना संतोख नहीं को राजै. सोपन मनोरथ बरे थे सब काजै. Sukhmani Sahib right here. अनुसार माया दे रंग आनंद क्रीड़ा च ਪ੍ਰੇਮ ਕਰਕੇ ਰਸ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ. ਭਾਵ ਫੈਸ਼ਨ ਲਾ ਕੇ ਕਲੱਬਾਂ ਚ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਤਮਾਕੂ ਸ਼ਰਾਬ ਪੀ ਕੇ ਕਮਲਾ ਨੰਗਾ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਨੱਚ ਮੱਚ ਖੱਪ ਟੁੱਟ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ. ਯਥਾ ਸੋ ਜੀਵਿਆ ਜਿਸੋ ਮਨ ਵਸਿਆ ਸੋਏ. ਨਾਨਕ ਅਵਰੋ ਨਾ ਜੀਵੈ ਕੋਏ. ਜੇ ਜੀਵੈ ਪਾਤੇ ਲੱਥੀ ਜਾਏ ਸਭ ਹਰਾਮ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਕਿਛੋ ਖਾਏ. ਰਾਜੇ ਰੰਗੋ ਮਾਲੇ ਰੰਗੋ रंग रता नचै नांगो. नानक ठगया मुठा जाए. विणो नावै पाते गया गवाए. He or she loves a blissful play of maya, enjoys its taste, enjoys its pleasures. Anand keel maya rang rasa. He does anand, he does kela with maya. ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੀ ਰਚ ਰਿਹਾ, ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੀ ਰਸ ਰਿਹਾ. Loves it. दृढ़ कार्य मन है. मन है प्रतीत. दृढ़, a belief in something with full nischa, with full faith. परपक, पंजाबी च ਆਪਾਂ ਲਿਖਾਂਗੇ परपक. पक्का भी पक्के तरह गल पक्की आ भाई आ मन च बैठा लो पक्की आ you know we say नाम दृढ़ करांदे पंज प्यारे when you take अमृत नाम दृढ़ करांदे आ they make naam pakka inside your heart, meaning they bless you with Vaheguru Mantra and they give you the gift in the form of Panj. They give you the gift of Vaheguru Mantra at that time. And utte fir drid karaunde a, make you practice it, pakka karaunde a, practice, 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 practice till it becomes drid, till it becomes like pakka. I don't know how else to say that in English, like fully ripened, fully baked with full faith, like this is it. Like it's that belief with parpakta. So dredo, kare, did, karke, manna. Manna is something someone believes. Man raha hai. Yeah, okay, I agree. I believe. Man hai. Man hai is inside the man. If it was just man, it would be mind. But man hai, hahinusari, is man hai inside hai the man. Man vich. Prateet is yakin. Very similar to dridta, having yakin in something, having full trust in something. Prateet. So if naam gets pakka inside, you drid naam inside, you make it pakka, like, okay, I believe this, I believe this. Like you get to a point where it pakki galya. And then you get prateet, you get that yakin, you get that parosa out of it, you get that belief, like, yo, this is it. So having full trust in something. Arth in English. So the individual, he or she, believes in Maya with full faith. Bhagji writes this art's pretty cool. He uses a Gurbani line to support his translation right in the beginning. Jhootho baat sa sacho kare jati. Something that was false. Jhootho baat, jehdi gal jhoothi si, something that wasn't true. Sa sacho kare jati. You believed it to be true. Gurbani. So, anusar, man ch yakin drid ਪਕੜ ਨਾਲ ਦ੍ਰਿੜ ਪਕੜ ਨਾਲ ਮਾਇਆ ਰਾਜ ਕੁਰਸੀ ਵਡਿਆਈ ਵਿਕਾਰਾਂ ਔਗਣਾ ਕਤਲਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਪਰਪੱਕ ਕਰਕੇ ਮੰਨ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ so he or she believes in Maya with full faith, something that wasn't true, something that isn't true, but the man believes it. ਦ੍ਰਿੜ ਕਾਰੇ ਮੰਨ ਹੈ, not just believes it, but with dridta made it pakka inside. Ve pakki gall ya. Prateet bhi vaj gayi hun. Ye yakeen ya, bhai no, this is the way. Maya is the way. I'm sure you guys can think of examples of what that may look like out in the world or even in our own lives. झूठो बात सा सच कर जाती मन च यकीन दृढ़ पकड़ नाल माया ਨੂੰ ਪਰਪੱਕ ਕਰਕੇ ਮੰਨ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ she believes Maya to be true with full faith ਕਾਲ ਨਾ ਆਵੇ ਮੂੜੇ ਚੀਤ ਕਾਲ death ਕਾਲ ਨਾ no नहीं आवे means to come आउंदा मूड़े मूड़े is a मूर्ख a fool चीते once again part of the man one of the parts of the man chite is in memory or in thinking ਜਿਥੇ ਬੰਦਾ ਸੋਚਦਾ ਔਰ ਚਿੱਤ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਜੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਚਿੱਤ ਵਿੱਚ ਲਿਖਾਂਗੇ So call or death na ave, no come, mude fool cheat memory, meaning the time of death does not come to the fool's mind. Punjabi मूर्ख बेसमझ किरत घण दे चित च मरना मन हो विसारिया माया मोह गुबार forgot about death ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਮਨ ਚੋਂ ਕੱਢ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਮਾਇਆ ਮੋਹ ਗੁਬਾਰ ਉਹ ਮਾਇਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਰਚ ਗਿਆ ਅਨੁਸਾਰ ਅੰਤ ਸਮਾਂ ਕਾਲ ਸਮਾਂ ਚੇਤੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦਾ the time of death does not come to the fool's mind forgot about death lost in Maya and the love of Maya. Kalo na ave mure chite. Kalo na ave mure chite. बैर विरोध काम क्रोध मोह बैर किस ना वैर करना hatred enemy पुना रखना can that even be a word enemy पुना बैर mixing it up hatred बैर वैर विरोध विरोध is झगड़े conflict ਐਵੇਂ ਵਿਰੋਧ ਕਰੀ ਜਾਣਾ calm lust calm can be kamana desire intense desire calm have a calm ही लिखांगे कामना क्रोध anger काम क्रोध सो काया को गाला जो कंचन सुहागा टाला. Your calm and krodh melt this body. ਜੋ ਕੰਚਨ ਸੁਹਾਗਾ ਢਾਲ ਹੈ, ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਬੰਦਾ ਸੋਨਾ ਬਣਾਉਂਦਾ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਜੇ ਸੋਨੇ ਨੂੰ ਢਾਲਦਾ. Calm and krodh do the same to this body. ਇਹਨੂੰ ਗਾਲ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਆ. Anger, ਗੁੱਸੇ ਚ. ਮੋਹ, attachment. You know, even Anand Sahib talks about this. It's such these are big time warriors, these things, right? Like Kam, Krodh, Loh, Mohankar. Guru Sahib talks about this. Tije Pasha, he goes, Qurbano kita tese vetoh, jine moh mitha laya. Because I'm a sacrifice to that. To that Vaheguru, Qurbano kita tese vetoh. I'm a sacrifice. मैं उन्हें तो कुर्बान जानना tese vetoh through to them. Jine moh mitha laya, the one that made attachment so sweet. Right? And Punjabi talks about moh. Pankajo moho paga nahi chala, hum dekha tah dubiye le. Moh is like quicksand. Pankajo is like pankajo moho. It's like quicksand. Pago nahi chala. The feet cannot move. Hum dekha, I've seen it. Tah dubiye le. People drown in it. Mahabali, great warriors, these things. Great energies, very powerful. Kam, Krodh, Moh. So, Bair, Birodh, Kam, Krodh, Moh. And then we'll do the next two lines together. Chut, Bekar, Mahalobh, Troh. Chut, you guys know what chut means, so lies. Vikar, Vikar. I think we've been just saying Vikar now, right? To Vikar, like as we've gone on, we just write Vikar now. I'm not translating it no more. Bhagji translates it here as Khotikar Vishay. So those Vishay, that car that is Khoti. That doing which is Khoti, which is Putti. Madi. So Vikar. Maha. Maha means great or Vade. And Guru Sahib is talking about Lobh as Maha, greed. Another one of the great warriors, greed, Lalach. So big time greed. Troh, deception. Chhal kise na chhal karna. Punjabi jab chhal likhange, lalle pair bindi la ke chhal. If it was out, lalle pair bindi, we would say chhal, but lalle pair bindi, we would say chhala. So chut, bekar, maha, lobh, troh. We'll do it in English first. He or she is burning in hatred, conflict, lust, and anger. He or she is dying in attachment, lies, vikar, greed, and deceit. You can even say great greed here. a lot of greed. So he or she is burning in hatred, conflict, lust, and anger, right? Which was from the line before. Vair, virodh, kam, krodh, moh, right? So vair, virodh, kam, krodh. I guess we could add attachment here as well. Oh no, attachment, okay, we added here. And then moh, chut, bikar, lobh, and troh. So attachment, and then we got chut, and then we got vikar, and then we got lobh, as in greed, and then we got deceit, troh. Punjabi. ਸੋ ਨਿਗੋਰੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਵੈਰ ਪੱਥਰ ਦੀ ਲਕੀਰ ਹੈ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਰੱਸੀ ਸੜ ਕੇ ਵੱਟ ਨਹੀਂ ਛੱਡਦੀ ਤਿਵੇਂ ਵੈਰ ਚ ਭਾਵੇਂ ਸੜ ਬਲ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ ਪਰ ਫਿਰ ਵੀ ਜਨਮਾਂ ਜਨਮਾਂ ਚ ਵੈਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਛੱਡਦਾ ਸੋ having hatred this can last many lifetimes right so a person without a guru person without information, without knowledge of how to deal with these things, it becomes like a line. Example here is given is it's like a line on a patthar. You can't take that line out once you put it on stone, right? If you carve a line out in stone, it'll take ages for that to wash off or weather away. It's like that. Hatred's like that. And it's been with this individual for many lifetimes. They can't let go of it. So vair, ਝਗੜੇ, ਵਿਕਾਰ ਚ ਮਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ ਗੁੱਸੇ ਚ ਸਾੜ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ ਸੋ ਆਪ ਵੀ ਸੜਦਾ ਆ in anger and ਹੋਰਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਸਾੜਦਾ ਆ ਸੰਬੰਧੀਆਂ ਪਦਾਰਥਾਂ ਮਾਇਆ ਦੇ ਮੋਹ ਝੂਠ ਖੋਟੀ ਕਾਰ ਵਿਸ਼ੇ ਵੱਡੇ ਲਾਲਚ ਛਲ ਚ ਪਚ ਕੇ ਮਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੈ पालच सगली मुई झूठा धंधा मोह एक सो हर के नाम बेनो अगे लग्या है खो है तो नाम तो बिना नहीं ये सारियां चीजां छुट दियां नाम दे नाम everything else will be taken from you everything else will be it's not worth putting that effort in except naam एक सो हर के नाम बिना without naam you'll be robbed Chut, vikar, mahalobh, troh. He or she is burning in hatred, conflict, lust, and anger. He or she is dying in attachment, lies, vikar, greed, and deceit. Eahu jogate, behane kai janam. Eahu, is tarah, like this. Eahu. Jogate. Jogate means technique. Jogate can mean connected as well. Bhagaji translates this as jude de. So connected in this way. Jogate. Bihane, have passed. Batit hoye, guzar gaye. Bihane, guzar gaye. Batit ho gaye. Eahu jogate. Is tarah jude de. Or doing things like this through these techniques. Isho micromedia. K, many. Kei janam lives. Janam. So jogate technique already connected as well. Jude de. Jogate. I'm just going to verify something. Judea. Yeah, connected. Oh, yeah. Tiga. My constant G right side as well. Tarika technique. There's the door. Sanjamya. So Yahu Jogate Behane Kei Janam. English. So Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj is stating that many lives have passed in this way, as stated above. Punjabi. So Yahu Jogate Behane Kei Janam. Doing what we've spoken about, as stated above, Kam Krodh, Vair Virodh, Mahalobh Troh, thinking that Maya is, being drid with Maya, not keeping death close to our minds, that this is not forever. Doing Ananda, doing Kale, playing around with Maya, in his Rang, in his Rasa, living in this body of sand, being attached to enemies or Indre that are, depends how we utilize them, not being connected, that is Sang and Sahai. Vaheguru, that is Sang and Sahai with us. So Yahu Jogate Behane Kei Janam. Many lives have passed. Yahu Jogate. By this technique, or is taran judeya, by being connected in this way. So Sarvyapi Mahavismal Antakalawana Japaja Vaheguru Satguru Nanak Dev Tarane Gagana Navakhanda Mehenjote Swarupi Raheo Pare Pane Mathura Kacho Pedo Nahi Guru Arjuna Partakhe Hare. So this is Bani Patane Ehe Uchari si. So Mathura, Pane means to speak. Pane Mathura. Mathura was the name of the Pata. Pane Mathura. Kachopedo nahi. There's no difference. Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Ji Partakh Hare. Vai Partakh samne, in front of me. Partakh is the form of Vaheguru. So Pat said this. Is Guru Granth Sahib Ji. Taranin Gagan Navakhandam hai Jyote Swarupi Raheo Pare. So yeah, in the 9 khandas, in the Taran, in the Gagan, in the sky, Jyote Swarupi Raheo Pare, that Jyot that's everywhere. That Jyot is everywhere. Pane Mathura ka Japa nahi, but that Jyot and Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Ji are the same. So Pan Pujnik Mahla Panjwa Sahib Ji, ਕਲੰਕੀ ਨੂੰ ਬਖਸ਼ਾਉਣ ਲਈ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਸਨਮੁਖ ਸਰਵਵਿਆਪੀ ਮਹਾਵਿਸਮਾਦ ਅਰਦਾਸ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਨ। ਸੋ ਪੰਜਵੇਂ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ is doing ਅਰਦਾਸ to ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ, ਹੇ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ, ਇਸ ਦੇ ਅਪਰੋਕਤ ਵਿਕਾਰਾਂ ਔਗਣਾ ਮਹਾਪਾਪਾਂ ਕਤਲਾਂ ਚ ਜੁੜੇ ਦੇ ਕਈ ਜਨਮ ਗੁਜ਼ਰ ਗਏ ਹਨ। So many lives have passed for this individual, lost in vikar, lost in ogran, lost in pap. Yatha. Kei janam pe keet patanga. Kei janam gaj meen kuranga. Kei janam pankhi, sarpa, sarp means snake, hoyo, pankhi means birds. Kei janam pankhi sarpa hoyo, kei janam haver, brick joyo, kabhu keet hasate patang hoy jiyo. So sometimes kabhu kadi, kida, hasat, Hathi, Patanga, like a moth, Hoejia. This G's sometimes become a Kida, sometimes an elephant, sometimes a moth. Anek Jone Parme Parmiya. So in many lives, this individual has been Paramada is lost in doubt in Parama and just is Parmya Hoya. So Eahu Jogate Behane Gai Janama, Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Ji is stating, Eda is Jode Hoine, Eda Jode Hoine, Bo Janam in Eda Batit Karle. Many lives have passed like this. Nanak, Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji, Rakhe Le. So Nanak, Sri Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji, Mahalla Panjwa Sahib Ji. Rakhe leho. Rakhe leho can be put together, especially in English. Rakh level, keep me, or keep them. But if we want to do it separate, rakh means to keep. Rakha. Leho means lavo. Lavo literally means to take. But this is in reference, leho is in reference to the person doing the keeping, right? So rakhe leho. So now we're talking to Vahiguruji. So rakhe means just to keep. When we say rakhe lavo, rakhe leho means now we're talking to a person. So can you keep? Please keep. So it's in reference to the person doing the keeping. But literally leho means to take. If it's just straight akriyat. Apan. Apan means apani, or we're talking to Vahiguruji, so we're saying your own. But apani, like your own. Apani. Kare means to do. Karke. And karma means mehr. Karma means grace. Karma also means, yes, karma can also mean like your karma, your actions, Hana? But karma also means Maharaj Kirpa. So in this form right here, karma, we would take as Kirpa, as grace, as mehera. But yes, karma can mean action, the things we do. Or the result of the things we do. Yeah, karma. That was my karma. So English, Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Ji saying, hey Vaheguruji, with your grace, please keep them. Hey Vaheguruji, with your grace, save them through your kirpa. Ab ye kirpa karke inhan nu rakh lavo. Punjabi ch apni meher karke rakh lavo ji. So Panj Pashi talking about Vaheguruji, hey Maharaj Ji, hey Vaheguruji, अपनी मेहर करके इन्होंने रख लवो जी राखो अपनी सारणे प्रभ मोह कृपा तारे सेवा कछु न जानो नीच मूर्खारे. Panya Pashi is saying, well, I don't know which Guru Sahib you wrote this Bani, but Rakho apani sarane prabha. Hey Vaheguruji, please keep me in your sanctuary. Apani shancha rakh lavo mohe kirpa tare mete kirpa tar davo. Please do kirpa on me. Seva kachu na janu. I don't know seva. Seva kachu bhi na janu. Janu na janu. I don't know any seva. I haven't done any seva. Nicho murkhare. I'm a niche and I'm a murkh mara. Please keep me. Very humble, being very humble here and stating these lines. Yeah. Vaheguruji, with your grace, please keep them. Inanu Maharaji Pachalavo, through your kirpa, please save them. Nanak rakhe leho apan kare karam. So the next, so next week, tu thakor tum pahe ardas. We say this party here at the beginning of ardas usually. You know, especially when we're in sangat and we're doing ardas. So the fourth Astpadi's last party, as said during ardas. You know, tu thakor tum pahe ardas se jio pindo. सब तेरी रास है तुम मात पिता हम बारिक तेरे तुमरी कृपा कृपा वैसे ये अंधारा कृपा मह सुख कनेरे कोई न जाने तुमरा अंतो ऊंचे ते ऊंचा भगवंत सगल समगरी तुमरा सूत्र तारी अंधारा here सूत्र सूत्र तारी तुम ते होए सो आज्ञाकारी तुमरी गाते में ते तुम ही जानी नानक दास सदा कुर्बानी. So Mara Kirpa, I'll go to that next week. Anyone want to say anything? Feel free. You have 10 minutes. Anyone want to say anything? Go for it. Sukhjot, I think you can unmute. Yeah.
Thank you. Waheguru Ji Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ji Ki Fateh. I think something that really struck me this week is being aware of that relationship with our vikars. Like it's nice to think about what we're aiming for, but to be conscious of our relationship, our connections to our vikar is like something I don't think I've thought of in quite that way before. Because how to manage it or dismantle it if you're not consciously aware of how it's connected to you. So I found that really useful this week.
Yeah, that was quite interesting. Where we were connecting with them. How do we connect with them? Anand Kir Maya Ranga Rasa. Yeah. 100. Anyone else want to share anything? Oh. Right. Hopefully you guys are continuing to write and sort of connecting this with yourselves. See how that's flowing. Chalo, Mara Kirpa. Till next week. See you guys then. Vaheguru Khalsa, Vaheguru Ji Ki Fateh. So last week we went through this Sange Sahai, so Apena Chite. let's just go through that again. We'll summarize it. Sange Sahai so ave na chite. Jede Vaheguru ji apne ang sangya and Sahai support apne. So that Vaheguru ji that supported us, that's been with us for many, many multiple lifetimes since we've actually departed from them. Sange Sahai so ave na chite. Wo apne chete nahi aunde. We don't think of them. They don't come to our mind. What does come to our mind? Because we've been away from them for so long, we got into a different realm, a different place. Jo beraita se uparite. Because we don't utilize our indre, our organs in the right way, they become our veri, they become our enemy. So jo beraita se uparite. So eyes, ears, skin, nose, all our organs, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਤੋਂ ਪਰੇ ਰੱਖਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਬਲੂਆ ਕੇ ਗ੍ਰਹਿ ਭੀਤਰੇ ਵਸੈ। ਭੀਤਰ means inside, ਵਿੱਚ ਵਿਚਾਲੇ ਵਸਦਾ ਇਹ ਬਲੂਆ ਦੇ ਗ੍ਰਹਿ ਵਿੱਚ। ਬਲੂਆ in the house of sand, ਮਿੱਟੀ ਦੇ ਘਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਵਸਦਾ। ਆਨੰਦ ਕੇਲ ਮਾਇਆ ਰੰਗੇ ਰਸੈ। ਇਹ ਮਾਇਆ ਦੇ ਆਨੰਦ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵਿਚਰਦਾ, stays within the bliss of Maya, in the illusionary play of Maya, and is lost in the love and the color of this Maya. Can you see it now, Hernur? Dredokare man he partite. That's where you can. And I am sharing the screen. You should be able to see it. Can anyone else? Can all you see the screen or? Okay. All right. Yeah. Hernur, I don't know why. You should be able to see it. With full dredata, with full parosa, with full faith, and pratit in the man, pakki galya, this is it. It has that much parpakta, that much parosa in Maya. Mandevech, within the mind. Like dredokare manhe pratit, inside the mind, it has that much faith in Maya. Why? Because it's been lost. It's been away from its love for a very long time. It's forgotten its love. It forgets death. That, you know what? We've had many I've had many houses like these when I came in my mother's wombs before. It's not the first round. Death is it's coming. It's not far away, right? It's around the corner. So but it doesn't come to its mind, doesn't come to this thing's mind. Vair, virodh, kam, krodh, moh. So vair, kisi na virodh karna, right? Conflict. Kam, krodh, moh de vich. And then jhoot, vikaran de vich. Mahalobh, not just greed, but great greed. Mahalobh, taroh, deception. Just like this, even this one's being batited like that, it's being passed like that. Just like this, many lives have passed. Many lives have passed like this, whether it was in a human form, whether it was in whatever form we were in before we got this body, whatever your names are in this body right now. Just like this. Many lives have passed. Maharaj does benti to Vaheguru ji. Nanak rakhe leho apan kar karam, apni kirpa karo, do your karma Maharaj ji. Please do your kirpa Maharaj ji. And rakhe leho. Please Maharaj ji, keep this individual. It's been running for many lifetimes. It's been lost in kam, krodh, lo, mohankar, chut, vikar, mahalobh, taroh. It's been lost. Maharaji, please, inu rakhalam. And now lines we read during Ardas every time. Tu tha karo tum pehe Ardas. So we'll get flowing with this. So let's pull out our papers and let's get writing. Tu tha karo, tu you. Aap ji. Thakur means someone that's an owner. Malak, Swami. Tum, you. Aap ji, once again, Punjabi de vich. Pehe. Pehe means nede or close to or pass. Ardas. Ardas is a beinti from a humble perspective. A request. Tu tha koro, you, owner. Toma pehe, upon you, close to you, towards you. Ardas, beinti, Maharaj, request. Pragato sagal hare pavan mehen janam nanako gurpar brahm kote brahmand ko thakuru swami sarv jiyan ka data re. Satguru Nanak, hey Satguru Nanak Dev Sahib Maharaj ji, ਆਪ ਜੀ ਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਸਮੇਤ ਸਾਡੇ तमाम ਜੀਆਂ ਦੇ ਮਾਲਕ ਸੁਆਮੀ ਉਤਪਤੀ ਪਾਲਣਾ ਲੈਤਾ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋ ਨਿਰਲੇਪ ਮਾਤਾ ਪਿਤਾ ਸਰੂਪ ਹੋ ਜੀ। ਸੋ ਪੰਜਵੇਂ ਪਾਤਸ਼ਾਹ ਜੀ talking to Guru Nanak Dev Sahib Maharaj ji, you are my mother, you are my father, you create everything, yet you're nirlep, you're away from everything. You are not just my mother and father, you are the mother and father of all six, but not just six. Tamam jiyan de thakur, all beings, all living things. You are their malak, you are their swami, you are their mother, you are their father. ਆਪ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਚਰਨ ਕਮਲਾਂ ਪਾਸ ਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਸਮੇਤ ਦਾਸਨ ਦਾਸ ਗਰੀਬ ਦੀ ਮਿਸਟ ਬਚਨ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਕਰੋ ਦੀਨ ਕੀ ਨਿਆਈ ਮਿੱਠੇ ਬਚਨਾਂ ਚ ਦੀਨ ਗਰੀਬ ਤਾਣਾ ਨਿਮਾਣਾ ਬਣ ਕੇ ਪ੍ਰੇਮ ਬੇਨਤੀ ਹੈ ਜੀ। Mist means mithe, sweet bachan. In sweet words, I do ardas to you. Beinti karo, deen ki niyai, like a humble person. I do beinti to you in sweet words, Maharaj ji. So, O Satguru Nanak Dev Sahib Maharaj ji, Panjapashi saying, you are our mother, father, and owner. I do ardas to you with love. Prabha se janki ardas, tu sacha sain, tu rakhwala sada sada ho todote ai. You are my keeper always and always. I do dhyan of you. Ho todote ai. I do ardas to you. Hey Satguru Nanak Dev Sahib Maharaj ji, you are our owner. You are our thakur. Tum pehe ardas. I do ardas upon you. I do ardas to you. Prem beinti with love. Jio pendo sab teri ras. Jio soul, jind. Pind, body. Sarir. Sab means sab. Punjabi ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਭ ਲਿਖਾਂਗੇ। In English you'll say all. तेरी राह से, तेरी your, आप जी, राह से Punji. Punjabi de vich punji. In English, we'll say capital. This means like everything, right? Like your possessions, your punji, your wealth, your houses, your capital, your money, your land, your everything you got. Geo, your G. Pend, your pend, your meaning your body, your sarir. Sab, all teri ras, your, even everything I have, even the capital, the wealth, the money, the land, the everything. It's a beautiful way of writing this out. ਭਾਵੇਂ ਤੇਰੋ ਕੀਆ ਤੁਝੇ ਕਿਆ ਅਰਪਾਉ. Like whatever you've done, how can I give that to you? ਜਿੰਦ ਸਰੀਰ ਸਭ ਕੁਝ ਆਪ ਜੀ ਦਾ ਹੀ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਹੈ, ਪਰ ਆਪ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਪਨ ਪ੍ਰਸੰਨਤਾ ਲੈਣ ਲਈ ਇਹ ਜਿੰਦ ਸਰੀਰ ਪੂੰਜੀ ਸਭ ਆਪ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਹੀ ਹੈ, ਭਾਵ ਆਪ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਅਰਪਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਜੀ. So even though you have given us everything, meaning the geo and the pind, I offer you my soul, body, and all that I have. So even though you gave us everything, I offer you my soul, my body, and all that I have. Geo, pindo, sabo teri ras. It's all yours, Maharaj. Even the ras, everything. So tu thakar tum teh ardas se. Hey Vaheguru Ji, hey Satguru Nandesa Sahib Maharaj Ji, you are my thakur, and I do beinti to you. Hey Maharaj, I give you everything. Maharaj, I give it back. Please accept everything. The mind. Question is, how do we give our mind to Guru Sahib Ji? How do we give our soul to Guru Sahib Ji? Kar hai bhagata atam kachai. Do bhagati with the cha, with the prafulta, with the joy of the soul, giving your soul, right? Kar hai bhagata atam kachai. Geo, pendo, sab teri ras se punji sari, everything I got. Right? Tum mata pita, hum bharik tere. Tum, you, aap ji. Maat, mother. Punjabi de vich maat ਨੂੰ ਆਪਾਂ ਮਾਤ ਹੀ ਲਿਖਾਂਗੇ. You could write mata. Pita, father. Pita ਨੂੰ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਚ ਆਪਾਂ ਪਿਤਾ ਹੀ ਲਿਖਾਂਗੇ. Hum, meaning me. In this context, meaning all of us. Doing ardas. Asi. Barak, child, in this context, children, bache. Tere, your. Aap ji de. So, tum mat pita, you mat pita, hum barak, children, tere. All right, in English first. So beautifully written. So, Bhagaji states that Panjvi Pasha is speaking to all the Guru Sahibs before him. Always Satguru Nandesa Sahib Maharaj Ji, Satguru Angadesa Sahib Maharaj Ji, Satguru Ramdas Sahib Maharaj Ji, Satguru Amardas Sahib Maharaj Ji. Oh, you are our mother and father, and we are your children. Doing ardas to Maharaj. सो कोट ब्रह्मांड दे मालक हुंदे आ अत्यंत निवर्ताता अथाह प्रेम सहित सर्वव्यापी महाविस्माद प्रेम बेनती कर रहे हैं. So even though Panjve Pasha Ji is the malak of the world of Kot Brahmand, Maharaj is still doing benti to Guru Sahib Ji. Hey Satguru Nandeh Sahib Maharaj Ji, Satguru Angad Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji, Satguru Amar Das, Satguru Ramdas Sahib Maharaj Ji, yo आप जी ने अपने सच्चे निर्गुण स्वरूप चो अनंत ब्रह्मांड खानियां दे जी जंत प्रगट कीते हैं. So from your prakash, hey Guru Sahib Ji, yo, from your prakash you created countless worlds. Ananta Brahmanda Khaniya. So all the Khaniya, the Ji Janta. So everything that's been created, from humans to animals to plants to everything. You created them from your prakash. इसलिए आप जी गुरुदेव माता गुरुदेव पिता गुरुदेव स्वामी परमेश्वरा समूह समिखा समेत साडे कोट ब्रह्मांड दे जियां दे पर पूजिंग माता पिता जी हो. And that's why, because you created everything, you are the mother and the father of everything. Right? ਅਸੀਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਆਪ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਆਣੇ ਬੱਚੇ ਹਾਂ, and we are your kids, right? मेरे राम हम बारिक हरे प्रभ के ए आने, हम बारिक किछु न जान हो, हम हरे मात पिता प्रते पाला. So Guru Sahib Maharaj, you are a mother, you are a father, we are your children. Sundar is saying, what do you mean the order of Guru Sahib Ji is modified? It's in order, no? Satguru Nandeh Sahib, Satguru Angad Dev Sahib, Satguru, oh, Amar Das Sahib Maharaj Ji. That's just, okay, that's just my mistake. Satguru Ramdas Sahib Maharaj. No, it doesn't mean anything like, yeah, you can write them in order, yeah. Satguru Amar Das Sahib Maharaj, Satguru Ramdas Sahib Maharaj. So you are mother and father, and we are your children. तुम मात पिता हम बारिक तेरे. Now Guru Sahib is taking it to a little bit more depth. Tumari kripa meh sukh kanere. So tumari, aap ji di, or your kripa, grace. Kripa no ba kirpa likhange Punjabi ch, or kripa. Meh, within, or Punjabi ch vich. Instead of writing vich, Bhagavad usually just sometimes does this, just puts this sort of apostrophe thing and puts a cha, means vich. Sukh, sukh means sokh. Punjabi cha aapa sukh hi likhange, or you can write sokh. Kanere means bahote, a lot, many. This context can be at a depth as well, like a deep sokh. We'll write it out. Write it in English first. So tumari kripa meh sukh kanere. So there is immense sukh in your kirpa, in your grace. The sukh of Namras, the sukh of Japajap. ਸੋ ਆਪ ਜੀ ਦੀ ਅਗਮ ਅਪਾਰ ਸਰਵਵਿਆਪੀ ਅਨੰਤ ਕਲਵਾਨ ਵਿਸਮਾਦ ਪ੍ਰਕਾਸ਼ ਰੂਪ ਸੱਚੀ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਚ ਕਨੇਰੇ ਬਹੁਤੇ ਬ੍ਰਹਮਾਨੰਦ ਸੁਖ ਹੀ ਸੁਖ ਹਨ। ਇਸ ਲਈ ਦਾਸਨ ਦਾਸਾਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਨੰਨੇ ਬਾਲਕਾਂ ਤੇ ਕਿਰਪਾ ਕਰੋ ਜੀ, ਜਿਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਆਪ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਬਖਸ਼ੇ ਅਨਹਦ ਚੁਨਕਾਰ ਅਜਪਾ ਜਾਪ ਦੇ ਬਹੁਤੇ ਸੁਖ ਪ੍ਰਾਪਤ ਹੋਣ ਜੀ। So do such kirpa Maharaji that we obtain this anhad chunkar, this ajapa jap, because there is a lot of sukh in your kirpa. In your kirpa, there's a lot of sukh, Brahmananda sukh. So the sukh of Nam Ras, the sukh of Vaheguru Ji. तुमरी कृपा में सुख कनेरे। तुमरी कृपा में है सुख कनेरे, immense, बहुत ज्यादा, बहुत डूंगा, बहुत कनेरा सुख। कोई न जाने तुमरा अंत, कोई, anyone, कोई भी। न, नो, न, नहीं, जाने, knows, जानदा, तुमरा, आप जी दा, or your, anto means end. So कोई न जाने तुमरा अंत, कोई न जाने, कोई anyone, कोई भी न, नहीं जाने जानदा, knows तुमरा आप जी दा अंत, end, like limit. So no one knows the limit, no one knows your limit, the limit of your power. पंजाबी दे विच हे वाहिगुरु जी, आप जी ने असंख ब्रह्मंड सूरज चंद तारे मंडल आकाश पताल पौन पानी अग्नि धरती आदि आकार रचे हैं। So hey Maharaj ji, you created countless worlds, suns, chand, tare, like stars, mandal, akash, airs, skies, patal, neither regions, airs, pawn, akash is sky, pani, pani, agni, you guys know agni, tarti, this world, etc. आकार रचे हैं। इन्हां च आप जी हुण व्यापक हो रहे हो। So within all these, you are being, you are within all these. ये सारे आप जी ने अपने विस्मादगम पार प्रकाशी प्रकाश निर्गुण स्वरूप च अपने आसरे बिनो थम्मा ते टका के रखे हुए हैं। So all these you have kept without any pillars. With the support of your Nirguna Prakash Swarup, you have kept these intact. You have kept them without any pillars. Inna de Prakashak bhi aap ji aap hi ho. And the one that gives them light, the one that gives these things energy is you yourself as well. So, आप जी दी रची इस रचना दा कोई भी अंत नहीं पाया जा सकता, इसलिए आप जी दे अंत नूं कोई भी नहीं जान सकता. So no one can even know the end of your creation. How can anyone ever know the end of you. So no one knows your limit. So koi na jane tumhara ant. No one knows your ant. No one knows to what degree you rock everything. To what depth you do everything. So koi na jane tumhara ant. No one knows your limit, your end. Uche te ucha Bhagavanta. Uche, high. Uchya. Te, then. So uche te ucha. High, te, then ucha, high. So uchya to uche. Ucha tha uche karange. Te da tha pato karange. So uche, uchya te to ucha, uche. Pretty much higher than high. Bhagavanta. Hey Bhagavanta, Vaheguru Ji. So I'll write it in English first because Punjabi, there's a lot of depth. There are multiple translations, but oh Vaheguru Ji, you are higher than high. Uche te ucha Bhagavanta. So what does that mean? Wow. ਅੰਤ ਨੂੰ ਕੋਈ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਜਾਣੇ ਆਪ ਜੀ ਹਰ ਸਮੇਂ ਇੱਕ ਖਿਣ ਚ ਅਨੰਤ ਬ੍ਰਹਮੰਡਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਰਚਦੇ ਆਂ ਲੈ ਕਰਦੇ ਆਂ ਨਿਰਲੇਪੀ ਹੋ so within less than a blink of an eye ਉਹ ਪਤੇ ਪਰ ਲੋ ਖਿਣ ਮਹਿ ਕਰਤਾ ਆਪੇ ਅਲੇਪਾ ਨਿਰਗੁਣ ਰਹਤਾ ਉਤਪਤੀ and parlo creation destruction less than a blink of an eye right ਆਪ ਜੀ ਹਰ ਸਮੇਂ all the time you're doing this so what does that mean if we look out shooting stars, things going on outside in the galaxy, different things are being created, different things are being destroyed. We look within our own bodies, we look at, go very microscopic. There are different things happening with that inside us, different creation, muscle growth, destruction of muscle. You go even deeper, there's, someone has a lot of anger that rises. Well, you got to cool that down with nam or different type of understanding. So there's a war going on even at a chemical level with ourselves, right? So creation and destruction is always going on, and that we're just talking about the physical realm that we can see, right? So Maharaji le karde hain tar rachde hain. So while Maharaj is doing all this, Maharaj is away from all this. So itna ucha kartab hor koi bhi nahi kar sakda isliye hey Vaheguru Ji, therefore Vaheguru Ji aap ji uchiyan to bhi uchiyo no one else can do this Maharaj Ji, you do this, that's why you're higher than high. One arth. Second arth, jealousy, Kam, Krodh, Lobh, Mohankar, the mindsets of Rajogun, the mindsets of Tamogun. Like just keep eating, just indulging in pleasures and animalistic brain to If you're going to sleep, you're just going to keep sleeping. You're not going to wake up. To having like a sato guna jivan, like, having a good diet, going out for a walk, talking nicely to everyone, even that. So the rajo, the tamo, the sato, the oganas. Maharaji, you are higher than all these. Chauthe padamagatapai. In the fourth state, you get the parapti. So you have to be higher than rajo, tamo, sato, right? So uchete ucha pagamanta. So Maharaji, you are higher than all these. Next up. So the status of Brahma, Vishnu, Shiv, Indra, the tapis of the world, the yogisars of the world, all these statuses, Maharaji, you are higher than all these statuses. Uchete ucha pagamanta. Why are you uchete ucha pagamanta? Because you can sit in boiling water and give yourself up and still say, Tera kiya mitha laga, harinama padartho nanako manga. You could give yourself up and still say, whatever you do, Vahiguruji, I find sweet. Stay in Maharaja Raja. Whatever you do, Vahiguruji, I find sweet. That's why you are Uchete Ucha Bhagavan. Why else are you Uchete Ucha Bhagavan? Well, because in the form of Satguru Guru Granth Sahib Maharaji, you are giving mukti, you're giving salvation, you're giving love to this world. So from that perspective, you are Uchete Ucha Bhagavan. You are higher than high, Vahiguruji. So Uchete Ucha Bhagavan. Now, Sagal Samagari, now the whole Samagari. Sagal, all. Sari. Smagri, creation. Smagri can be things as well. Here we're going to write creation, Rachana. Tumra, your Apaji. Sutare. Sut means, Sutare means taga, thread. Taggage. Taga, tage. Tari means supported. Or tikai, Punjabi tikai. Kept, supported. So Sagal Samagri, Sari Rachana, Tomara Sutare Tari, Avinta Gajaparoge Tariya. So Sagal Samagri, all the creation, Tomara Sutare Tari. I'll write in English. So all of creation is supported by being weaved through the thread of Nam. So all of creation is supported, is Tari, is Tikui, is kept by being weaved through the thread of Nam. So ਸਾਰੀ ਅਨੰਤ ਬ੍ਰਹਮੰਡ ਦੀ ਰਚਨਾ ਆਪ ਜੀ ਨੇ ਨਾਮ ਰੂਪੀ ਧਾਗੇ ਨਾਲ ਪਰੋ ਕੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਸਰੇ ਟਿਕਾਈ ਹੈ. So with Nam, with the taga, with the thread of Nam, you've supported, you've kept this creation. It's being supported by Nam, the thread of Nam, with the sutra of Nam. Sagal samagri apne sute tare, nanak jisu jisu bhavete sute sanestare. Second arth. Hukumo tera khara para. Khare pare amod hukum peh rupi tage naal takai hui hai. Apne asare takai hui hai. So, secondary artha, the taga of your hukam, of your order, and everyone being within that fear and abiding through that order. So, amor hukam pe rupi taga. So the thread of fear, the thread of your command and the fear that comes from that command, just like how fire doesn't move without will, fire stays within Maharaj's command. Hukum andar sabko bahare hukum na koi. Everything is in within hukum. Nothing is outside of hukum. Nanak hukum hai je bujhe to hum main kahe na koi. If you understood hukum, ego wouldn't be there anymore. Ape jalo ape thalo thammano ape kiya kate kate basa. Mahavismad vyapak prakashant kalvan prakashi prakasha japa jap nirgunam brahma rupi tari takai hui hai. So through your soul, through nirgun prakash brahma roop, once again Nam prakash roop is just a different form of Nam, right? Guru Granth Sahib Maharaj Ji ਆਪਾਂ ਬੋਲ ਕੇ ਬਾਣੀ ਪੜ੍ਹਦੇ ਹਾਂ, and the manifestation ਜਿਹੜੇ the tattva, the energy behind Guru Granth Sahib Ji, the prakash itself. So that prakash, that nirgun brahma, so all the creation is supported by your hukam, by your naam, by your prakash. So sagal samagri, sara creation, sari creation, tumra sutareta, supported through the thread of your naam, through the thread of your hukam, through the thread of your prakash. Tomate hoye, so agyakari, tom, you, aap ji. Punjabi ਚ ਆਪ ਜੀ. Te, from. Punjabi ਚ ਤੋਂ. ਹੋਏ, become. Punjabi ਚ ਹੋਏ ਨੂੰ ਆਪਾਂ ਹੋਏ ਲਿਖਾਂਗੇ. So here means Sresht, greatest. Like, you know, like Sofal Phala, or so Phala means like the fruit. Sofal means the grapefruit, right? So what if you had a so in front of something, means the greatest, great. Like Pag and Sopag. Pag means fortune, your Pag. Sopag means great fortune. So Tomate Hoye, Tom, you, te, from Hoye, become, so great, greatest. Agyakari. Agyakari is an individual who obeys. Someone who obeys, you call him Agyakari. Agyachare. Now, so Agyakari, an individual who obeys. So write the arth in English first, and then we'll try to open up the arth a little bit, dive a little bit deeper into it. So because everything is supported by Nam, as we just saw up here, Sagal Samagri Tomare Sutare Tari, everything is supported by Nam. Tomte hoye so agyakari, so meeting and separating, birth and death, suffering and sukh are your great doings, are so your great doings. We are agyakari. Maharaji, we obey you. We obey this. So, because everything is supported by Nam, even meeting and separating, you met with someone, maybe you were in a relationship and now you got separated, whether that was like a partner, whether that was a marriage, whether that was a child, whether that was a mother or a father, whether that was a pet, whether that was a colleague or a sibling, whether that's just an individual you meet on the street and you're like, wow, what a great lesson I just learned. So meeting and separating, whether we talk about this life, whatever your name is in this life, that birth, whenever hukam is and we pass away from this life and go on to the next, if we're coming, whether it depends on which way the flow is going. So birth and death, suffering and sukh, sometimes there's dukh, sometimes there's puk, hunger, sometimes there's mar, sometimes we get hit. Even this is your gift. What a mindset, eh? So suffering and sukh are your great doings. Maharaj, this is your beauty, this is your doing. And so we are agyakari to it, we obey it. So Sagat Samagri Tumre Sutaritari is so tumte hoy so agyakari islay because Sanjog Vijog, Jamman Maran, Dukh Sukh, Abji to ho reha hai. This all happens from you. Sresht jaan ke, and this is your great doing. And we see this as Sresht. We see this as the beauty, as your great doing. Dasan Das Balak Abji de Agyakari Han. Hey Maharaj, we obey you. This is your great doing. Sata Maharaj Thika. So ਜ਼ਾਲਮਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੋਰ ਭਿਆਨਕ ਜ਼ੁਲਮ ਕਰਨ ਤੋਂ ਆਪ ਜੀ ਬਲੀ ਦੇਖ ਚ ਬੈਠ ਕੇ ਤੇਰਾ ਕੀਆ ਮਿੱਠਾ ਲਾਗੇ ਹਰੇ ਨਾਮ ਪਤਾਰਥ ਨਾਨਕ ਮੰਗੇ ਅਨੁਸਾਰ ਭਾਣਾ ਮੰਨ ਕੇ ਆਪਣਾ ਆਪ ਕੁਰਬਾਨ ਕਰਕੇ ਆਗਿਆਕਾਰੀ ਅਨੁਸਾਰੀ ਬਣੇ. So Maharaj showed this, how to be agyakari, when Maharaj himself, Panjame Pasha Ji, the writer of this Bani, went and sat in a boiling pot of water, stood on an iron plate, had tatareta poured over his hand. Even amongst all that, it went to Ravi and left their body. Even amongst all that, still saying, Maharaj, whatever you do, I find sweet. Tera kiya meetha laga. Hari naam upadarat nanak mang. The only thing I ask from Maharaj is give me naam. Let me just meditate upon you. Let me lovingly jap your naam. So amongst all that, Maharaj showed us how to be agyakari. Maharaj aap agyakari bane. जो शुभ अमोलक बचन फरमाए सो शहीदी दे के कमाए. So whatever you said, Maharaj Ji, you walked that path as well. Not only talked it, you walked it. नारायण नरपते नमस्कार है. ऐसे गुर को भले भले जाइए आप मुक्त मोहित तारा है. ऐसे वाहिगुरु गुरु परमेश्वर जी तो रोम रोम करके नेक बार बार जुगो जुग नमस्कार करते हैं. बलिहार को मान जाइए जी. I'll sacrifice to you, Maharaj Ji, such a guru. Gurdev Satya Guru Spar Brahmo Parameswara Gurdev Hare Namaskar. Maharaj Ji Thwanu Sadi Sada Namaskar. So Tumte Hoye So Agyakari. Hey Maharaj Ji, all this is your great doing. Everything that happens, Tumte happens from you. Tumte Hoye, everything happens from you. So Palaya Maharaj Ji Shokaram Maharaj. So Agyakari. Maharaj, we become your agyakari. So we're learning the ways of becoming agyakari. We're learning through translations. Maharaj is gifting us with translations. Maharaj is gifting us with Sukhmani Sahib Bani. Maharaj is gifting us throughout our life as we vichar with different mindsets, with different understandings. Like, oh, Maharaj, whatever you do, okay, how am I going to look at this situation and take the best out of this situation? How am I going to look at this situation and this is in my benefit? How does this benefit me? It hurts. Yeah, the situation hurts. How does this benefit me? How is it in my best interest? There's a growth that takes place, right? Pain is medicine. Happiness is a disease. Where there's happiness, where there's sukh, there's tamanna nahi hundi, that desire to meet Vaheguru. So is this pushing us towards, is this situation, can we learn from this and get better at our craft or whatever we do? And can this situation push us closer to our end goal of falling in love with the Vaheguru, right? So everything that happens is in the beauty of Maharaj, is Maharaj's hukam. Unu pana karke, mitha karke manana chaida. And obviously, if you're, now that's not to say if someone's being abused, if someone's being like, you think that, oh, no, Maharaj fans, right? That you fighting for yourself is in pana too, right? Not being abused is in pana too, right? Like not taking on harm and not taking on physical, verbal, mental abuse, that's in pana too. Uddam karante jio, to live and trying, right? Don't be, and we understand the ways of Gurbani is from that perspective too, right? Like, main ghor mein mil uch domal lada. Guru Sahib talks about being in the battlefield and fighting the Panchvikars, and Gur Thapi Ditti Kanda Jiyo. Maharaj patted me on the back and I went and I fought. And I fought in the battlefield, and I found the guru with the Ucha Damalla, the one that has, guru with the Uchi Pag. I met him, like he helped me fight. Nihathe Panji Johan Mango, Happy Diti Gandhi, something like that. Like I took out these 5, I fought them. It's an internal battle, but it doesn't mean you get abused as well, and you stay quiet in those situations, or you stand up for yourself, and that's in will too. Mara teaches us to live like that, right? Sahibi, mokami, that mokamness, all that stuff as well. So tomte hoy so agyakari. Yes, whatever you do, Maharaj, I find sweet, but laughing amongst it, like it happened, whatever happened, learn from it, grow from it, and get better. And move towards your goal. This would be a great section to write out. What do these lines mean to me, right? Tomte hoy so agyakari. On one hand, there's a lot of pain that comes about. How do we turn that pain into, and we, with this new lens that Guru Sahib Ji just gave us right here, Tomte hoy so, it's great, it's the greatest. So agyakari, Maharaj, we obey it. How do we take that and give our life new meaning, right? Because when we are in pain, we see it from one perspective. But when you get new knowledge and new information, like Guru Panju Pasha is giving us right now, and your lens on whatever happened changes, you see that from a different perspective. You could see that event from a different perspective. So now you could give that event different context and different meaning and be kind of removed from it. You don't have to be in it. You could view it from a bit of a removed perspective, depending on time, how long it's been, and all that kind of stuff as well. Or if you're still in it, it's a different situation. But if you can remove yourself from it and view it from this lens, what have we learned from this? Okay, that was great, because now it lit a fire under me, and I have to do this, and I have to move about like this, or whatever the situation may be, right? What can we learn and not be stuck in a rut and move towards a kala of chardiness, chardi kala style? How can we move towards that style? So tomte hoye so agyakari. तुमरी गाते मेते तुम ही जानी। हे महाराज, तुमरी, योर, आप जी, गाते, गाते मीन्स स्टेट। पंजाबी स्टेट ਨੂੰ ਆਪਾਂ ਲਿਖਾਂਗੇ, ਗਾਤੇ ਨੂੰ ਲਿਖਾਂਗੇ ਵਿਵਸਥਾ, ਵਿਵਸਥਾ। ਮਿਤੇ, ਮਿਤੇ means way, the way one moves about or does something, or mite means maryada in the sense of code of conduct. Punjabi ਚ mite ਨੂੰ ਆਪਾਂ ਮਰਿਆਦਾ ਕਹਾਂਗੇ। ਤੁਮ ਹੀ, ਤੁਮ ਹੀ means you, ਤੁਮ ਹੀ in English we'll put together, ਤੁਮ ਹੀ, you. Punjabi ਚ ਤੁਮ, you, he ਨੂੰ ਆਪਾਂ ਹੀ ਲਿਖਾਂਗੇ। ਜਾਨੀ, ਜਾਨੀ means know, ਜਾਨੀ means ਜਾਨੀ। So tumari, your, aap ji di, gate state, mete, the way of your state, the way where you reside, the ways you move about, the mete of your gate. So apni aap ji di vyavastha di maryada tum hi jani, aap ji jaande ho. So Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj ji is stating, in this particular arth, we're going to write it as in, O Vaheguru Ji, Panjapashi is stating, only you know the ways of the state of no ego. Vaheguru Ji, only you know the ways of the state of no ego. Hey Vaheguru Ji, only you know how to get rid of ego and not be amongst ego and how to control it and all that stuff. So in Punjabi we'll write it as in tumri gate mete tum hi jani। Pan Pujik Vaheguru Mahla Panjਵਾਂ ਜੀ ਪਿਆਰੇ ਸੇਵਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਆਪਣੇ ਪਿਆਰੇ ਦਰਸ਼ਨਾਂ ਦੁਆਰਾ ਆਤਮ ਤ੍ਰਿਪਤੀ ਸ਼ਾਂਤੀ ਵਿਸਮਾਦਤਾ ਬਖਸ਼ ਕੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਚ ਭੇਦ ਕਰਕੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਜਸ ਬ੍ਰਹਮੰਡਾਂ ਚ ਜੁਗ ਜੁਗ ਅਟਲ ਫੈਲਾ ਰਹੇ ਹਨ। ਸ਼ਹੀਦਾਂ ਦੇ ਸਿਰ ਤਾਜ ਧੰਨ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਕੋਟ ਬ੍ਰਹਮੰਡ ਕੋ ਠਾਕੁਰ ਸਵਾਮੀ ਸਤਿਗੁਰੂ ਨਾਨਕ ਦੇਵ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਜੀ ਪੰਜਵੇਂ ਜਾਮੇ ਚ। ਸੋ ਗੁਰੂ ਅਰਜਨ ਦੇਵ ਸਾਹਿਬ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ ਜੀ ਕਰਤੇ ਕੁਦਰਤੀ ਮੁਸਤਾਕ ਮੋਹਿਤ ਅਨੁਸਾਰ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਵਿਸਮਾਦ ਕੌਤਕਾਂ ਤੇ ਮੋਹਿਤ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਸਨਮੁਖ ਫਰਮਾਉਂਦੇ ਹਨ। ਸੋ they're doing ਬੇਨਤੀ to ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ, looking at their ways and falling in love with their ways, they're doing beinti to Vaheguru Ji। Hey Param Pujani Nanak Rakhan Haro Par Vaheguru Ji। So hey Vaheguru Ji, hey aap ji di hangata rahit vyavastha di maryada, so the maryada of being without ego, aap ji ne aape hi jani hai, only you know that. So the vyavastha, the state, the maryada of being without ego, aap ji ne hi jani hai. So only you know the ways of the state of no ego, of being without ego. Apni gate mete jan ho ape, pauri ape sab kat andare, ape hi bahare, ape gopat varda, ape hi jahare। So tumri gate mete tum hi jani, and then Nanak Das Sada Gurbani। Sri Guru Arjan Dev Sahib Maharaj Ji, Nanak। Mahalla Panjਵਾਂ ਜੀ, Das servant, दास ਨੂੰ ਪੰਜਾਬੀ ਚ ਆਪਾਂ ਦਾਸ ਲਿਖਾਂਗੇ। sada, always, sada, Gurbani, sacrifice. Shahidi. So, Panjve Pasha ji, speaking to Vaheguru ji, oh Vaheguru ji, hey Vaheguru ji, I am always a sacrifice to you. So, hey Parpujnik Vaheguru ji, ਆਪ ਜੀ ਹੁਣ ਅਸੰਖ ਬ੍ਰਹਮੰਡ ਦੀ ਰਚਨਾ ਰਚਦੇ ਆ ਲੈ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ ਹੰਗਤਾ ਰਹਿਤ ਨਿਰਲੇਪ ਹੋ ਜੀ so without ego away from everything while creating and destroying everything ਯਥਾ ਉਪਦੇ ਪਰਲੋ ਖਿਨ ਮਹਿ ਕਰਤਾ ਆਪੇ ਅਲੇਪਾ ਨਿਰਗੁਣ ਰਹਤਾ ਦਾਸਨ ਦਾਸ ਆਪ ਜੀ ਦੇ ਵਿਸਮਾਦ ਕੌਤਕਾਂ ਤੇ ਮੋਹਿਤ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਸਦਾ ਸਦਾ ਆਪ ਜੀ ਲਈ ਸ਼ਹੀਦੀ ਦਿੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਮਹਾਰਾਜ I'm always a sacrifice to you ਗੁਰ ਕੋ ਕੁਰਬਾਨ ਜਾਓ ਹਾਂ ਗੁਰ ਆਪਣੇ ਉੱਪਰ ਬਾਲੇ ਬਾਲੇ ਜਾਈਏ नारायण नरपते नमस्कार है ऐसे गुर को बाले बाले जाइए आप मुख तो मोह तार है I'm a sacrifice to you महाराज जी नानक दास सदा कुर्बान तुमरी गाते में ते तुम ही जानी the mete the maryada of having no ego being in a state being in a gate of no ego tum hi jani Maharaj you alone know that state Nanak das sada qurbani I'm always a sacrifice to you Vaheguru ji Nanak das sada qurbani Yeah, guys. So we finished the 4th Astapadi. Next week we'll start the 5th. Beautiful. Like 10 bastu le pache paave, ek basto karne bekhote gavave. Beautiful lines coming up. I just wanted to, for the last 15 minutes or so, I just wanted to open this up. If anyone has any thoughts on the 4th Astapadi, if anyone has like sort of a summary about the 4th Astapadi, if anyone wants to state anything, feel free to speak and share. It might help others as well. Feel free to write if you guys want to write.
ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ
ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕਾ ਖਾਲਸਾ ਵਾਹਿਗੁਰੂ ਜੀ ਕੀ ਫਤਿਹ
So sorry I didn't want to break that silence and be again that Polish group that always disturbs I think for me personally this Astapadi was helping me with placing me and us as that humankind in place. So it was very humbling, you know, when we mentioning the bonds that we have, the bonds of Maya. So it can be family, it can be the relations, it can be our relation to Vaheguru. So sometimes we struggle to imagine what it is to be without an end, infinite, and without a beginning. So our human brains struggle really to imagine until we switch off for that split of a second, and suddenly it's like, wow, nothing exists. And often in Gurbani, we have this mentioning that even if you switch off for an instant, the blessing comes through, even for an instant, if the will direct it that way. So even today, that will came to the hukam, the mentioning to the hukam, that nothing's outside of it. So I think throughout the whole of the fourth Astpadi, I was placing myself somewhere in the background of the entire existence. Like, why do we think that Guru is so far away if they're right there, like Nere, if they're even closer than the reach of our hand? Sometimes when our karma reaches us very quickly, that's how close the Guru is. But we don't want to think it in a way of, oh, okay, you've done something bad, this is what happens. Guru is watching your actions. It's also the loving one, what we forget about. And this is something, I don't want to lean down the path of the suicide or non-appreciation, because that's the whole topic altogether. But we often forget where who sustains us. And when we have to really search for the reason to be grateful, it's just place your hand on your chest, you'll feel the breath. Simple as that. Simple as that. And it's very much this whole chicken and egg conversation of where's Guru not? Well, they're everywhere. But where there are really not, in our mind. Fourth Astapadi. That's I was learning my relation with where my place is. So yeah, I'll leave it there. My Guru.
It's good introspection, good reflection internally, to see how that relationship sort of flows and evolves, and just the depth that you're thinking at and where you're thinking. It's nice to see. Nice to see Sukhmani Sahib bringing those sort of questions or those sort of internal sort of dialogues that are going on within people. Anyone else want to share anything?